Ki te uru. Whakataka te hao ki te tonga, ki mā kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E hiake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu. Tihe moriora. So good morning and welcome to our Finance and Performance Committee meeting. Working through the agenda, I have a number of apologies. Apologies for absence from Councillor Daniels and from Councillor Scandrett. I'm happy to move those apologies. Sam, you're happy to second. All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. Declarations of interest. So there are some declarations which are on the screen in front of us. We also need to add Phil Major on item 24, and I'm advised of the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor on item 19.
Item 14.
And Councillor Goff on item 14, we've got that, yep. Okay, so no further declarations to declare at this, no further declarations of interest to make at this time. If anything becomes apparent as we move through the meeting, please make it known. So that's just for noting. Item 3, confirmation of previous minutes. I'm happy to move that the minutes be confirmed. Do I have a seconder? Sam seconding. All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. Public forum, there are no public forum presentations. Deputations, there are none. And presentation of petitions, there are none. So now we move to item 7, the performance exceptions report. So Peter, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. And do you want to start by making some comments on this report, just maybe pointing out some highlights?
Sure. Look, just a quick revisit of the purpose. It's a brief overview of performance against key organisational goals. The more complete reports around capital, finance and so forth follow later. It's meant to be the overview against critical KPIs. Essentially, there's very little change from November and December. The levels of service are on target at 85%. Exactly 85%, which is the performance goal. The middle of the year, December results are very likely indicators of year end. So the odds are that that's where we're going to finish in June. Before you get to December, you can't really call it, but I'm reasonably confident in saying that that's what we'll get around year end, within 1% or 2. A little bit depends on the resident survey. So essentially, level of service delivery is similar to the last 3 months. Capital watch lists are up at 91% for which watch list projects whole of life. On major cycleways are at 92% or thereabouts. The main lift there is that 4 projects have gone green, their forecasts have gone green since last month. So that's Hornby Library, Littleton Wastewater, Linwood Pool, Hereford Street, and 2 have had their baseline moved and are now being forecast green as a result of the baseline change. So in terms of your page 22, which is the graph at the top of the page showing capital projects against their targets, that's largely behind the lift in the blue line to December. The remaining exceptions there are steady from previous months, so Curlett's Flood Storage, Victoria Street and so forth. The more complete report will come from Ruth Cable later in the meeting. In terms of levels of service, as I said, very, very steady. The exceptions have comments starting on page 24. Those comments are fairly thorough and consistent with previous months as well. I would ask the Chair if we're taking questions as we go or at the end.
If you finish your commentary, and then we'll move to questions.
I'll just move through the level of service comments and get to the end of the report, which shows movement of the major groups of activity over time. And as I've said, I wish I had more interesting things to report. There's very little movement on the bang for buck view, which is delivery and spend mapped together. So little structural change over previous months. I'm happy to field questions at that point.
So the little change, is that what we would expect to see at this time of year, given that we've just come through Christmas and New Year holidays, and this is a time of year where you perhaps wouldn't expect too much to be happening between the last meeting and this meeting in any case?
Well, that's correct. I mean, there's a large chunk since the last report where there hasn't actually been time on the ground for a lot of projects and work. Having said that, there was a very good conversation at the executive team the other day about the need to take stock at this point in the year and to really focus on embers that can be rescued.
Yep.
Because once you get to March or April, it starts to get a bit late in the game to rescue things. So really it's between now and the end of February is the time to focus on those levels of service which are within a couple of % and could be got, to maybe take stock of the ones that really have missed, and there's always some that miss, but to focus on the ones that can be picked up between now and say March or April. And that initiative was well discussed and underway at ELT.
So it will be good to get some update on that, and of course you'll provide it to us the next time we look at the next iteration of this report.
For sure.
Great, thank you very much. So now let's move to questions. Yanni.
Thank you for the report. Just wanted to check, are we able to ask questions now about things like Table 2 on page 22, or would you prefer we do that?
If I can answer them, because
Okay,
this
cool.
is at the high level report, I will, but if not, then we can defer to,
Right.
to the people.
Thank
who've
you.
got
Just
detail.
through the chair. So in regards to the mains renewal, the Chilham Street brick barrel, when you read that Table 2, it says the baseline delivery completion date was 1st of June 2020. That was the previous. Approved is the 29th of October 21st, and now the forecast is the 20th of December 20. So I just wanted to understand that. That's basically saying that the new date for completion we're forecasting is the 20th, is that correct, of December 2020, and we're not going to the 29th of October 21.
That's certainly what the data says, and I see John nodding sagely in the back there, so I think that is exact. It should be taken as what it says.
So that's almost a year different to the approved. Are we able to get some sort of explanation as to why an approved date was put so far out and how it's come back so far?
I wasn't part of the governance group rationale for, to see the rationale for that, and I'm not sure if it's fair to put John on the spot right now to speak to it, but perhaps he can.
If it's an answer we can get quickly now, then great. If not, it might be something that needs to be circulated outside of this meeting.
And I'd just like to understand as well how that's been communicated to the community, because obviously that's quite a huge difference. And yeah, it would be good to know.
Do you want to come to the table so that we can see and hear as you speak? Yeah.
The approved date that I'm seeing on CTMS is September 2020, so I'm sorry if Councillor Yanni's got information that is different from that. We're aware of the reasons for the delay from, we kind of expected it to be closer to June, but there have been good reasons for delay of that project with respect to the conditions that were encountered in the construction methodology, which they've tried various methodologies to increase production rates, but at the end of the day, we think that this is only being delayed by 6 months.
Report.
Can we, yeah, it sounds as though we could use some more detailed information on this as to what's happened, how it's happened, what the implications.
We can circulate a memo to
I think that would be
councillors,
helpful.
on this. There's quite some detailed information on the watch list report.
Yeah, it sounds as
But I
though there's
think-
detail that would be helpful to us that, it's going to take you some time to prepare, but if we can get that circulated to everybody, that would be great.
And the key thing is communicating to the neighbourhood who are putting up with significant disruption. So making sure that there's really clear messaging around what's happening, what the delay is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So in the information that's provided, if we can get an update on the communications approach, what's happened, what's proposed to happen, how the community is going to be communicated with, and that would need to include the relevant community board, of course, as well. All right, thank you. Aaron.
top of page 26 on the transport, the one red cross is around cyclists and pedestrians with the target of less than 43. Surprised that wasn't 44, but if you're going to choose a nominal number, it's always good to go even. But that aside, 50 crashes. I just find this whole measure an odd one, because aren't more crashes in a way a good thing, because it means more people are cycling and walking?
I can answer the question, but it may not be a satisfactory answer. It's not actually a measure that councils choose. It's imposed by the Department of Internal Affairs. And the purpose of it is not clear from reading it. The purpose is to cause a council to measure these things so that when an incident happens, it checks its infrastructure, whether that was the cause of the crash. I mean, it leads to a lot of jokes about we haven't hurt enough people so far this year and that kind of thing.
That's where I was going.
I thought so. I mean, it's the obvious zinger, right?
Yeah, cue the laughter.
But the purpose is to say, look, if there is an incident, was the infrastructure at fault or was it operator error? Do we need to do something with the infrastructure as a result? It's meant to trigger that. But the clunky way that the central government legislation is framed just makes it look like a flat measure of crashes.
Yeah, and as a city that's, putting a lot of effort into increasing the number of cyclists and pedestrians, that number would go up. It's like when you want people to play sport, you have to expect more injuries. It's just what happens when you play sport.
Well, that's very much to do with where we as a council choose to set the target, as you say, 43, 44, whatever. But the measure is driven by central government. Its purpose is not always visible. Where we set the target probably should take into account greater usage. If there's 50% more people cycling, then you would expect the number to go up. And that's part of the discussion in framing levels of service for the LTP.
Okay. So that wouldn't change till the LTP now?
It hasn't been put up for change in this annual plan, and I can't comment on whether or not it will change in the LTP, but certainly it's been considered as part of the LTP.
Okay.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thanks. Just following up, does that mean that the actual wording of the measure is driven by the legislation, so reduce the number of reported cycling and pedestrian crashes? Because you could do that by just reducing reporting. I mean, it doesn't get the point of it clearly. Because surely that should be reduce the number of crashes.
That's
but
an
it's about the
interesting
reporting.
I can't say, given that this legislation goes back 5-6 years, I can't remember how it's framed in the legislation, the wording of it. I can go back and look. The question, I think, is does it use the word reported?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because what you want to do is reduce the number of crashes by changing infrastructure if necessary when reported, kind of thing, right? It's kind of,
perhaps the idea would be when this is reframed to check on the word reported, and I can't remember whether it's used, but also maybe we could frame the question in such a way that tries to explain why.
Why it's being...
I mean, it may look a bit clumsy, we'll put something in brackets, but it's better than leaving it flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any further questions on this report? Yanni?
Thanks. Just on the page, sorry, I just can't find the page. It was around the report that we're getting on voter turnout. It's page 30. So this is around the percentage of respondents who understand how council makes decisions, and it says that the remedial action is to prepare a report on the 2019 elections for council due in February. I just wanted to understand who's been working on that report and which committee or community board or what process it's going to in terms of coming back to council and what input's been sought from elected members.
Okay. I believe it would be John Filsell's area that would be preparing this report. I can't tell you what the methodology is because it's not due until February. But what I can do is ask John for an update on how he's approaching that, who he's speaking to, and circulate that to the councillors.
Thank you. And where the report will be reported to,
yes,
once finalised.
Because I would have thought talking to our community boards would be pretty important.
Well, that may well be the plan. I just don't know until I speak to John what he's doing.
Okay. Would it be
Let's get the
helpful to have a
information. Let's get the
formal resolution?
information, and if that gives rise to further questions, then we can deal with those at the time.
Well, I just wonder whether we need a formal resolution around this work. Like, again, this kind of, it speaks to the question of these reports. Like, remedial action isn't a resolution for us to do anything. So I find that a bit kind of strange. If we're doing remedial action, then surely we have a recommendation as part of this report to do stuff. So we're really clear about
Yeah,
who's
I mean,
doing it.
I think we can trust the information which is here in the report, which says that it's going to be reported in February. We've asked the question, how is that progressing? As in, can we be confident that it will be reported in February? I'm not seeing anything here that suggests that we shouldn't, but that further information that's been provided will give us that degree of confidence, and also the ability to be comfortable that we're happy with the methodology and the approach. And I've also asked for that to also detail where it will be reported. I think any concern that we would have would be if that reporting deadline were missed, and I would expect if that reporting deadline were likely to be missed, we would be hearing about it before that happened anyway.
Right, okay. And just the final question was in regards to the housing, which says that a discrepancy has been identified in the original figures, which indicated a total of 350 units would have formed part of the 50 million of asset transfers, rather than the 412 that have been transferred. Then it just says the matter's been investigated. Is there a reporting back on that?
So which page was this, Yanni, sorry?
This is on page 32.
Bottom of page 32.
Thank you.
Like, I'm trying to understand what are we, in terms of the investigation, is it to get those properties back? What's the...
That's a very detailed operational matter. I'd have to speak to the area concerned and come back to you. I don't know that off the top of my head.
So again, let's get some information circulated on that with the required detail.
Cheers.
Thank you. Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question on page 28. I'm not sure, here have two different, the measurement. One is customer satisfaction with the marine structure. The other particular is focus on wharves, jetties, ramp for ship weight, those one. These two should be the interrelation together, am I right? You're the target, the customer satisfaction 90%, but in moment, don't know, last year only 55%. But I just want to know those the renewal maintenance, facility, what kind of facility maintenance? Is only focused on wharves, jetties, or have some other facility?
I'm not quite sure I understand, Jimmy, but
If you're on page 28 and
Yes.
29, yeah, that one.
well, the marine structures are separate from the others so that they can differentiate between people who only use those structures.
Yeah.
So they're not blurred in with parks or any of the other parks features. They actually go directly to people who are using a wharf or a jetty and say, what's your findings on this thing, as opposed to the wider parks network of assets. So I'm not quite sure I follow what your question is.
Presumably, this is the wharves and jetties that form part of the schedule of marine structures. So it would be, wharves, jetties in commercial and recreational use, presumably
Correct.
all of those. So whatever's on that schedule of assets. So does that answer the question, Jimmy, in terms of what
because
we're referring to
I just don't
here?
know, because you last year, for instance, like the customer satisfaction, 55 only, but this year you set up 90%. But if those renewable maintenance facility you have not yet going on, probably never can achieve those targets. This is my particular concern.
The target's set by the manager, and it looks ambitious, but it may have been set on the basis that they were going to do a lot of things that they thought was going to lift satisfaction. So if you're renewing the assets, you might expect a lift. It is their logic that they believe that they can achieve that.
When are we likely to get the figures for the current year? Relying on last year's figure, and obviously anticipating that this year's figure, I would imagine, is likely to be higher than last year's figure with the target the way it is. When are we likely to get an update on this particular performance measure with
April.
this year's data?
April.
Yeah. Okay.
So you'll know that what the result is in April.
All right. So that might be one to keep an eye on if you've got a concern about it. All right. Thank you. Anne.
Thanks, Peter. Just trying to understand, parks are provided, managed and maintained in a clean, tidy, safe, functional and equitable manner. And this the comments is that this target will not be achieved, 100% compliance associated with thousands of CS. What does that actually mean?
Can I get a page number for this, Anne, please?
Oh, sorry.
Top of 28.
Yeah,
Thank you.
28, yeah.
This is, parks obviously is such a big network of assets that they measure different aspects of it. In this case, one aspect of being clean, tidy, safe, functional is parking. And they're saying that they want the condition of parking to be at a high level.
Okay,
And they don't think it will meet that target.
right.
So there's actually a raft of other parks measures, as you'd understand, around turfs and sports fields and marking
Right.
and litter and mowing and mulching and so forth. Parking is just one of them.
Okay,
And they're flagging that this one is unlikely to achieve.
right. Okay, that's helpful. A more general question is about people's dissatisfaction when a subdivision is passed over to the council from a developer and is pristine sort of and people's expectations that that's going to be continue to be at that level. How, is that captured somehow in this
Satisfaction with the
level
of the parkland provision or maintenance?
Yes, yes,
Right. Well, we only capture the services the council provides.
yes.
So some of those subdivisions are not entirely council's, not all aspects are council's
No.
responsibility. Those that are, like for example the parks that are provided, do fall within these surveys and measures.
Right.
So, you know, is the park being maintained adequately and so forth?
Yeah.
It's all part of the contract maintenance specs, which are part of the levels of service.
Yeah. I guess what I'm asking is, do we set ourselves up for failure because we get an asset from a developer that is in pristine condition, and then residents expect that to be, and this may not be a fair question for you, but I'm wondering how we capture satisfaction in that kind of context. I mean, there's always going to be dissatisfaction.
There's a balance to be struck about how many measures we have.
Yeah.
At the moment, we measure the iconic parks, you know, botanic gardens
Yeah.
and so forth, and the other parks networks, but we don't single out new subdivisions to see if they in particular are going on track or not.
Right.
They're simply part of the parks network.
Okay.
Now, I can feed that back to Andrew and say, look, if there's a particular concern about whether we're on top of things in new developments,
Yes.
they could look at that as part of the LTP. Ultimately, a lot of these questions come back to when the LTP process occurs, managers pitch their plan and levels of service to councillors. There's an interchange Q&A between them of are the councillors happy that we're picking up on what we need to know, and the manager responds at an expert level about what's feasible and measurable and so forth.
Right.
So that's where that conversation would
Yeah.
normally play
Yeah.
out.
So I guess it is about what's achievable and manageable and what level of service we can actually supply.
And in sometimes what data we can supply, because to do that you'd need to go out and look at those parks specifically
Yeah.
and say, are they as a category of newly developed subdivision parks, are they on track?
Okay.
And you need to be able to get the data.
So let's pick this up as a matter for the LTP.
Yeah.
Particularly when we're looking at levels of service and so on. Definitely an appropriate discussion to have there. Interesting subject to have raised. Thank you. Are there any further questions on this report? So I'm quite happy to move the recommendation that we receive the information provided in the report. Do I have a seconder? Sarah? All those in favour say aye. Oh, Yanni, yep.
I just think it's really important we have these discussions, that we record things that we've asked for. So can we just have a note around getting the memo on the Gilman Street wastewater thing,
It will
please?
be recorded, won't it?
I've got it as well.
Yeah, it's just good to have it recorded. Like,
I don't think we need to have them all recorded under the resolution, but I think we can be confident that everything that's been raised has been picked
sorry,
up
I
for
just
action.
want to raise, this is like exactly what I think things like the Ombudsman report allude to, is we need transparency around when we're asking for things at a governance level, and we've been given an undertaking that things will happen, that we have a clear record of it. I can't see any harm in just having a simple noting provision as part of this report that, you know, questions were asked on this and the staff have agreed to provide a memo.
Rather than add it into the resolution, can
Yeah.
we agree that when the minutes are produced, it's noted in the minutes
Yes,
that it
that's
was
simply-
agreed that those things would occur?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, so this has been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Moving now to item 8, the Capital Performance Programme report. Now, clearly this report is provided for information. There's detailed information on a number of these projects. The report has been prepared as a public report so that we can be as transparent and open as we can about all of these projects and get the information out there in a way that it's easily understood by the community and anybody else who has an interest. There may be some questions which are raised, bearing in mind that this report is in public, that staff won't be able to answer at the meeting if they refer to information which is commercially sensitive. Should that happen, those questions will be noted and then referred back by way of a memo. But I'm certainly keen that we consider these items in public for the purpose of transparency. If there is anything that's commercially sensitive, we just need to be aware it would need to be handled in that way. There may not be. So this is our opportunity now to have a look at these projects. So Ruth, welcome to the table. Thanks very much for joining us. Are there some comments that you wanted to make on this report before we move to questions?
Sure. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, councillors. So you've got 3 reports in front of you. You've got the Capital Performance Overview, the Capital Project Watch List and the Major Cycleways Progress Report. So I'll speak to all 3 kind of at a high level, and then I've got my colleagues over here who can speak to any specific questions around project details.
Thank you.
So firstly, on page 39, you've got the All of Council Overview. We've got 889 projects in flight at the moment against a budget of 520 mil for this financial year. Our current project manager forecast is at 454, so that's approximately 87% of budget. We've got some key projects that are kind of driving that forecast. So there's the Metro Sports, Northern Corridor, Cranford Street Downstream Effects, Littleton Harbour Wastewater and the new Brighton Saltwater Hot Pools. Total spend to date for the first 6 months, about 884 million against a forecast of 214. And we want to spend 270 mil to the end of June, requiring a spend of about 45 million per month. So we do have some kind of projects heating up for the final 6 months. So you will see some spend around Northern Arterial, Cranford Street Downstream Effects again, Riccarton Road Bus Priority, and we've also got our renewals program. Summer months as well, obviously we do a bit more construction, so we spend a little more. So in terms of council delivered projects, of the 520 mil, we manage the delivery of about 412 mil. Project managers are currently forecasting to spend 365. On page 40, our third party payments, this is where we've got third parties delivering our projects, 108 million and they're currently forecasting 92 mil, and to date we've spent 50 mil. Carryovers, bringbacks, our net carryover is 64 mil. So there has been a slight increase since previously reported, which is quite normal. As we progress through construction, we get a better gauge on construction progress. The main projects contributing to carryovers and bringbacks you'll see on page 41 and 42, and the reason for those carryovers and bringbacks are in the commentary. You'll find a breakdown of the overall numbers by portfolio from pages 43 to 49. So moving to the Capital Watch List and Major Cycleways report. This is the current status of key council and third party delivered projects. You'll see their performance against time and cost, and any deviation to that baseline is actively addressed by the projects, and you'll also see a commentary there to explain that deviation as well as action being undertaken. So we'll take any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Sam?
Hey, thanks very much, Ruth, for that. On the top of page 42, and it might be Richard or Lynette might have an answer for it, the MCR South Express, it says there's a delay in funding approval from NZTA. Is there any context around that someone could update us on?
Morning. South Express, there was a delay. The approval from NZTA came through late in the calendar year last year, so we now have it. That's an easy question to answer, thank you.
Thank you. Mike and then Jimmy. Mike.
Thanks. Yeah.
Keep me company.
Just a couple of questions around the cycleways as well, because there's obviously a couple that have been delayed through NZTA
Yep.
funding or lack of it. The Norwest Arc 1A and 1B.
Yes.
Both of those projects are ready to go,
Yes.
and it's just because of the funding issue we're currently having with NZTA that's stopping them.
Yeah, so they are ready to go. They're ready to put a spade in the ground. The Norwest Arc projects they are now listed as likely. They were listed as unlikely. So we have made movement, but we do actually have to get the formal approval of the business case through the NZTA system, and that is in. Let me double check. That is in for approval, and we are expecting it as soon as possible. So we did have a number of conversations with NZTA late last year, and they asked us to push the button on a number of cycleways and get moving because there's some underspends in other budgets that they've got.
Yeah. So this has obviously been an ongoing issue for some time. Will we see a cost escalation from actually delays of these projects because of lack of funding from NZTA from the time?
I don't think we'll see a construction cost escalation because of delays. We haven't got contractors sitting around waiting. It's been the ability will be for those contractors to then resource it in the timeframes that we need it done. So we are still working very hard to do our 3 years of program of work in the next 18 months so that we get it done in this NLTF period.
Okay, thanks. The other question was on the Heathcote Express Section 2. And I understand obviously the reason why there's the delay there because of the lizard habitat, but obviously that's just a small portion of that whole section. So what's the time frame for, I guess, other parts of Section 2?
So again, as soon as we get the NZTA approval through, that has gone through, and again that so that project was changed, the delivery for that project along with Norwest Arc was changed in the last annual plan, and it was tied up with all the TFAR conversations, all the rest of it. Anyway, that aside, it was changed in the last annual plan. That project is still waiting on formal approval, but has changed to likely as well with NZTA, so it is just the final stretches of that exercise to go through. And again, that one's in for approval as well. As soon as that goes, we will start the work that isn't affected, or doesn't affect lizard habitat.
Okay. And
so the survey's going to happen in March, is my understanding.
Right. And there's still sections that Cumnor Terrace that has to be consulted on, and when's that going to happen?
My understanding is that's due to go out soon, but that'll come to the Urban Development Committee prior to us going out. We'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I've got Jimmy and then Yanni. Jimmy.
Yeah. My question is because the whole council the budget $520 million separate to different main category, council delivery, third-party delivery. But I'm concerned regarding third-party delivery, how the council to monitor the progress and also payment schedule can comply together. Because review this, the information looks like $30 million is is kind of behind the progress schedule. But how do we to monitor?
Yeah, sure. So council don't have a lot of visibility of progress, so they are managed by third parties. The decrease in the forecast for the third party is really in relation to the multi-use arena. So we've pushed out quite a lot of the money into next financial year just because we want to focus on planning phases this financial year. So it's not anything to do with their actual progress or their speed of delivery. It's really just about pushing that project out a little. We're still waiting for Crown funding approval of that too.
What's the relations between the council and all the key kind of stakeholder? What's the relation? Where the channel we can get update the information from them? Have any of the channel we can get updates data?
I think we probably could get an further update from them in terms of progress, and provide that here if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Yanni.
I just had two questions. The first question was in regards to the cycleway that goes the Heathcote Express. So I just wanted to check if we've applied for a resource consent yet. and what the and when the detailed design will be approved.
The scheme design is approved and has been approved by the appropriate committee at the time. The detailed design doesn't come back for approval, Councillor.
Right. So basically, when was the original design confirmed?
I think it was about 2016.
Right.
So we will reconfirm with the community what's going on, and we'll put comms out, and there'll be a lot of communication on what's going on. The decision at that time from the committee was to ask us to go back and reconsult on the possibility of making Cumnor Terrace one way, and that was feedback from the community that asked for that to happen, particularly the business community that's in there.
Right.
They wanted to retain footpath on both sides of the road.
So I'm just trying to understand the sequencing, because I would have thought things like a consent would kind of dictate things like lizard habitat, work environment, conditions.
I'm sorry, I have to come back to you on the consent
Right.
stuff.
So can we just get some information? Because I understand the other section was delayed because something happened with the ecology on the other side.
Yes.
Yeah. So
That was about delivery, and once we got into delivery, we had to be delayed because of the whitebait spawning season. It didn't cause us any cost issues or any delivery issues. We just reprogrammed.
okay. So that would be really good just to get that information. I also do think there's a concern when things have been agreed so long ago that there's new businesses, new things going into the area. And if you take this one like Bunnings, for example.
We will be going back and letting them know.
Yeah. So is there a process by which, after we've done the consultation for the possible one-waying, that there can be a kind of design that can be engaged with the community so that they can give feedback?
So another consultation?
Yeah.
No, we wouldn't be looking to do that.
So there's no more consultation on this one?
No.
Right, okay. And then the second question was not related to the cycleway, but was just related to the hot salt water pools. I'm sorry, I can't remember, but in terms of, it looks like they're going to open in March 2020. But I think we had a resolution to kind of just get some understanding around things like cost of entry and ongoing operational costs. Can anyone sort of just remind me when we're considering the kind of operational detail of that facility?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can find that out for you.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's get that information circulated as well. That would be great. Thank you. And obviously, it's quite timely that we would understand any processes around that or what's proposed.
Because it's all, we don't have that.
Yeah. Picking up any other issues around operational costs, whole of life operation and operational costs.
Yep. Cool.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any further questions on this report? All right. So we've got a resolution to receive the information and note the information. I'm happy to move that. Jimmy is happy to be the seconder. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, the major facilities elected member update, item 9. Alistair Pearson, welcome to the table. Are there any comments that you'd like to highlight for us on this report?
Well, I might just whiz through the, if you don't mind, just because these were prepared in December.
Yeah,
and,
thank you.
There are some changes that may be of interest. Welcome. Canterbury Multi-Use Arena. There is a councillor briefing next Tuesday, which will be held through with Mary. So just to give you an update on everything that's occurring there in the next steps, if you will. Linwood Pool, we are still in negotiations with the supplier, but I've actually come to an agreement now. So our expectation is that there'll be a contract signed in early February, and there's a further report later in this meeting on Linwood Pool. Hornby, for multidisciplinary teams, the evaluations closed this week. There have been some post-tender clarifications, they're underway, and we again expect to appoint mid-February this, and we're still targeting the end date of Q4 2022. With regards to Lancaster Park, we held the last PSG for Lancaster Park yesterday, and agreed that now we'll proceed to final account on the project. The site is now completely clear and has been sealed to stop dust from being an issue to the local public. The next steps for us are a closeout report, final account, and then bring that closeout report to the Finance Performance Committee for approval. Yep, so that sort of sorts that one out. We're now complete. Performing Arts Precinct, we've got both car park paper coming up, and so negotiations are currently underway with the supplier, and we're aiming to present that paper to council in March. And the Court Theatre Development Agreement is still underway, and a draft of that, once we're ready to present, will be presented to the councillors for approval. The square and the surrounds, phase 1 is complete early February. This aligns with the Spark building occupation on the 14th of February, so to be out of their way in a timely manner is what we're heading for. And future phases are in planning at the moment. Metro Sports Facility is as per the update. From our perspective, there's and for Christchurch as a whole, it's worth seeing the 500-tonne crawler crane that's arrived on site. It's a 20 million investment by Titan Cranes. It's a huge piece of kit, and it's well worth, and it shows to me the vision that the local industry has to purchase something of that stature and to place it upon one of our projects. Fantastic news to see, and panel install is underway on that particular project. Just for the benefit of those in the chamber, the PCG membership from a Christchurch City Council perspective, so the control group membership is Craig Hutchins and Stuart Graham, and from a PSG membership we've got Nigel Cox and Bruce Rendell, so from a steering group representatives, and from my unit we have Mark Noonan as the project director, and he sits across both PCG and PSG, so he understands what's going on across the project from a financial perspective and delivery perspective. Old Municipal Chamber, this has been an ongoing and long process for us. 2019 Q4 we negotiated and signed off a heads of agreement with a supplier. In this year we're now working with that supplier to confirm the extent of the scope and spec. We expect to be presenting reports to the F&P committee over that period of time. On agreement with this committee, we will proceed to the establishment of a trust. Our supplier expects to have a final design and a detailed scope of the work that they will be doing for CCC approval in Q3 2020, and we expect to be in an agreement with that supplier for lease and development of that site Q4 this year, with an expectation of approximately 15 to 18 months of build time for that particular supplier. So again, establishing a Q2 2022 completion on the OMC if all goes well. That's my report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just focusing on the Lancaster Park, and I've got some wording that we're putting together, which we might be able to put up on the screen, shall we, so that everybody's able to have a look at that. Okay, so obviously the Lancaster Park deconstruction and demolition project is coming to an end.
Complete.
You're bringing a closeout report to us, and I've asked for that report to be brought as soon as possible. I mean, ideally, I'd love it to come to the March meeting, but I realise there's some work to do to put the report together. It may be that we can't achieve March, but it would be good if we could get it as soon as possible. If we can't achieve March, then maybe the month after, if that's possible. And one of the reasons I'm so keen to get the closeout report so quickly is because that gives us the opportunity to find out what the final budget position is on this project. Obviously, we've got a future project, the redevelopment of the site, which is referred to on the penultimate bullet point in your update here. And what we've got here is a provision that notes that the closeout report will be coming. And then sets out an expectation, essentially, that if there are any unused funds from this demolition project, they will be able to be applied to the future redevelopment of the site, which is the separate project which is referred to in your penultimate bullet point, which I understand will then report to the appropriate committee, the committee that Sarah chairs.
Yep.
So, yeah, if I can just make sure that we get that closeout report as soon as it is able to be put together, realising there's some work to do to make that happen, and we'll put this resolution today that really just acknowledges that if there are funds that can be, if there are surplus funds from this project, our expectation is that we'd look at applying those funds to the future redevelopment of the site.
Yeah, there are surplus funds.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We'll look forward to the closeout report that details that. Thank you. Okay, Jake.
This may or may not be a question for you. So the investment case for the stadium was supposed to be signed off pre-Christmas. Do we know where that's got to or why that's been held up at Cabinet?
I was going to say there is a briefing next week on Tuesday, that will cover that particular next steps. Yep.
Yes, please.
Yep, so, Chief Executive, have you got some comments here?
So, Councillor, you will recall that what the decision was delegated by the Cabinet, and that the actual funding agreement would have to be finalised, and that the date for that is no later than the 2nd of March. But we will then flow that through in terms of the briefing next week, but I expect us to outperform that date.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah. To inform the draft annual plan. So I just wanted to check that's still happening.
Yep, I believe that'll be, Andrew will be carrying out that report, Andrew Rutledge from Parks.
Right, okay. So we don't know.
So our role is to demolish the building and leave the site in readiness for a future use decision. There's a concept plan that's been approved by Community Board and Council, which has been approved. So the next steps are to be defined by Andrew and brought to this meeting, which will come on the back of the closeout report and the available funds that are there and available.
Which in turn will then lead to an annual plan decision.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, so the resolution from council is quite clear that request staff to report back to council on the Lancaster Park spatial plan development in time for the plan to be considered in the 2021 draft annual plan. So, and then the advice was 2021. The report is being prepared for the February council meeting. So I'm operating on the assumption that that's still happening. And there's nothing.
I'd say that it is. We had the PSG yesterday, and Andrew was all over this. So.
Great, cool.
Thank you.
Fantastic, thanks.
And the important thing will be to pull all of this work together. We've got that report, we've got the resolution in front of us today, and we've got draft annual plan and annual plan considerations. We need to make sure that the whole lot comes together as one work stream.
Yeah.
I don't consider that our only issue with creating and supplying a closeout report is basically the final account with the contractor. And
well, you might get that by February.
And Lee Butcher is already working hard to close that door quite quickly because he knows there's pressure to get the closeout report as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So we alerted him to that yesterday. So.
No, that's fine. We're on the same page.
Yep.
That's good.
The other question I had was the old municipal chambers. So I'm just trying to understand what was the date when we initially agreed for that, the decision that we made previously in terms of the expectation of when that building would be, work would start and work would be complete, and how are we tracking against that original date?
So originally we had intent was Q4 2021 is what we indicated on our elected member update. So Q4 2021. We're now looking, because of the extent of the negotiations that have been undertaken, the lack of interest from an expression of interest, and the negotiation with a current supplier, we're now looking at a period of 15 to 18 months, which is around about Q2 2022 delivery. And this is all based on council agreeing to the specification, the scope of work that's going to be taking place and the use of that building.
Right, but so when the report, and I appreciate it when it's public excluded, so I don't know how much we can say here, but when we made that decision to go with the preferred contractor or preferred party, what was the expectation? Are you saying it was?
Wasn't defined at that time, to be quite honest, because we were still in negotiation.
Right.
We had a heads of agreement with them that they would be party to this, and then we had to work through, because the work itself is, obviously the building itself is held at a certain point, and they need to review where we are at and what their repair strategy and methodology is going to be for the future. So that's where we're currently with them at the moment, discussing that. So.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Thanks.
detailing that for them.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Aaron?
Just two quick ones, completely different. The first one's just around the swimming pool, the Metro Sport facility. Is it confirmed it'll have a changing spaces facility in the design?
I'll have to ask that question. I don't know the answer to that straight away.
Okay,
Yep.
and then the other one is just around our information sharing with the public. I noted on some of the sites, I haven't checked them all, but the ones I've walked past recently, there's no on-site signage that I'm aware of. So you go to the Performing Arts Precinct and it's just gravel, and people are in town, they're walking around, they're wondering what's happening. Just even glossy versions of these on cornflakes on signboards would be helpful. And also it was raised with some people that were here from Sydney last week that I possibly related to, said all projects that they see over there always has the price on them. And when you're in Australia, they're quite proud of how much they're investing into projects, and it shows when the public are putting money in, and actually Australians put it on private projects as well. Oh, we're building a 40-storey building, it's costing this much, and everyone gets excited. But it would be quite good to have that information there for the public. Is that a consideration?
It can be, it can be considered, without doubt. It's whether you want to advertise the fact that what each of the buildings cost to.
Well, just the public information, but
we do already provide that information through the elected member updates, etc. So which is public.
Which that 0.003% of the population that read it, all the rest of them are missing out. And if they're walking through town, they go, "Oh wow, they're going to do that."
Yeah,
it's excellent. We might hear from more people during the annual plan.
We could probably look at doing something on one of the future projects and drafting something that we could establish as a board on the outside of the structure. That would be worth doing.
I think it would be good if that could occur. I think it's a really good suggestion. I mean, given that the information exists in a public form which is easily understood, if we can use that information on site to do exactly what Aaron has suggested, I think certainly is worthy of consideration. I think that's a good idea. And if there's any change to the way the information's provided or to the content for that purpose, then that's obviously something that we consider. But if we can ask you to pick that up, that would be great.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you. Anne.
Further to that, Alistair, I think these reports are really useful and easy to understand, and I think that's always a challenge for us to get information out. So following from what Aaron was saying, I think it's a perfect vehicle through which to get some really good information out there.
Okay.
So thanks.
Do that.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you. I think it's a great idea to put information up on sites and a range of sites, not just the major ones, but it's cycleways, the Apala Library, a whole pile of, we did get some up for Apala, but that was really good. But the thing is things like costs and timeframes change over time. And if you just have a sign, you don't want to have to change and doing your plastic all the time. So maybe having a link through to the relevant page on the council website with the project information for that kind of thing. Because there's also a difference between what's budgeted and then what ends up being a contract cost and any variations that council is approve over time. So just, maybe a link to the relevant page there.
I hate to say it, when I worked for another organisation, which is across the road there, that organisation, we suggested that we use QR codes. Yeah. So that people just get the app, go to QR code, and essentially it gives you the information.
Sends you to the right page. But having information I think is a really good idea, just saying this is what's coming here.
Yeah. It's definitely worth doing.
Yeah.
Yep,
and
thank you.
Being digital, we can do it quicker and faster, and we can update it. So.
All right, thank you. Sam.
Thanks, Alistair. Just following on from Jake's point about the multi-use arena, is there any risk to the delay in the announcement of the Crown funding?
No. There's a
so it won't slow the project down?
No, I know you're going to get a briefing, but to be quite honest, there are streams of work underway right now, so I know it's progressing. So, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got these resolutions in front of us, including the additional paragraph 2, which we talked about earlier. Can I get a mover for these resolutions? Sarah, and a seconder, Pauline. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Now moving to item 10, the Asset Management Improvement Programme Report. So this is the 6-monthly update. Piers, welcome to the table. Thank you for providing the update. And again, if you'd like to make some comments on your report, and then we'll be able to ask you some questions if indeed there are any. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Good morning, councillors. What I'll do is I'll start off with the achievements. This report's slightly different from the last one that was presented. Obviously, we have new council, and it's been hopefully a bit more informative as to what my group is about. For those that have seen the informal update that we had earlier, that hopefully the understanding of what asset management is about is getting clearer. So, moving into some of the achievements that we've got today, and I know that some of these projects feel a little bit esoteric because they're back office and they're quite technical, so I'll step through them, and I'll hopefully be able to provide you some overview as to why they're actually important. So the first one, which is the Asset Assessment Intervention Framework. Fundamentally, this is the way that we use all the technical capability within the teams, particularly for this project within Three Waters. And the huge step change that we've had in understanding the information that we brought over from Skirt during the earthquake rebuild activities, $120 million worth of intellectual property in that one area was brought across. And this project is really focused on how do we use that information and extract value. And the focus has been really around understanding where the criticality sits in our framework of networks and how we're actually going to help plan for the LTP and make sure that we're investing in the right area at the right time within the wastewater and water supply networks. So that project is coming to a conclusion. Fundamentally, that output of that project is being fed into the asset management plans and the thinking and the teams for that. And it's been a Herculean effort where I would suffice to say that we're probably internationally, if not at an Australasian level, leading the pack in our thinking around water networks. Moving on and supporting that intervention framework project is a maintenance contract piece of work. And this is not just about going out to market and tendering for a maintenance contract. This is a whole of system approach. This is a people, processes, information and technology component to ensure that we can extract value. And that's really leveraged some of the work that's gone on within transport. And I'll talk to that in a second. Another very, very complex piece of work when you're trying to work across all these different disciplines within the teams, particularly with the challenges that they face, because these teams are also running their business and they're being asked to engage at a very, very detailed technical level of effectively building the aeroplane while they're flying it, which is pretty challenging for them. And our valuations project, I call this press the button and get a number project. And we've had a number of really big successes. And this helps us understand where some of the gaps are in our information. And that obviously leads into supporting a whole range of other projects. I think for me, some of the conversations that have occurred with this particular project have been helping us understand the insurance space. If we can't value our assets really accurately, or at least minimise the cost that we have to expend in doing that piece of work, which typically is a pretty challenging piece of work, again, where we bring external contract staff in to do that. This is removing that cost out of the business straight away. For the Transport Improvement Programme, whilst it's shown here as a line item within the programme, that's a whole of unit approach on improvement. And so a couple of highlights within that. We do that in partnership with NZTA. We've brought them in-house to be part of that improvement programme rather than them just auditing us. And I think the highlight that we've had recently is that we've had the first unqualified audit from NZTA in 6 years. Now, it sounds almost glib to say that, but when you look at what sits behind the scenes and what has actually changed in the way that the teams are approaching their work ethic, the culture, the information that they've got, the system capability that they've got, and the way that NZTA have partnered with us, that to me I'm really proud of, and I know that Richard's team is extremely proud of that piece of work. Coupled with that audit that we've had, we're now beginning to see the fruits of some of the labour of a project that we kicked off 2.5 years ago around our contract management. We're now in the process of having real data around managing our contractors, and we've to date withheld over $300,000 of OPEX in payments through the pain gain model and contract that's in place there. So we can now hold contractors to account as to work that whether they have or have not done it. Whereas there has been a lot of challenge in work if we say we're fairly sure that you didn't do this or you didn't meet these metrics. It would be a huge amount of work for us to be able to prove that, and typically would get pushback on. Now we've got the data end to end that's coming from them into our systems, being reported back to them, and they can't argue with their own data. So that alone, $300,000, I'm pretty proud of in that space as well. Moving on. We've tried to take a cookie cutter approach with a lot of these pieces of work. Whilst we do it in transport, we're now moving into Three Waters with the maintenance contract project. Simultaneously to that, we have a parks set of dashboards that are coming out, which are beginning to look at how do we manage our contractor space and what does that actually mean from cost savings. So it's all about information and being able to reflect that back. Talking on the information component, we have another 3-letter acronym for you, BIM. Building Information Management. What does that actually mean? This is around life cycle of how information comes in from our contractors, whether it's maintenance and operations activities, whether it is new assets coming into the organisation, and how do we actually look after that? We know that information and the amount of information that we're receiving as a council is increasing at an exponential rate. Our ability to manage that and, more importantly, extract value from that, whether it's against managing a contract and reflecting information that they're sending to us, through to controlling the costs for our IT infrastructure and being able to interrogate that information, provide it meaningfully. That's what this project is doing, and it's pretty much a pan-council piece of work. We're all about information at one level or the other, whether you're receiving reports like this or whether it is you're trying to understand financial metrics, valuation data, how do I invest next within my LTP. And this piece of work is really helping us understand that end-to-end information management component. Coupled with that, back onto the contract space, we talk about facilities data consumption. Well, we're at some point in the near future, we'll be going out to tender for a new contract to manage our facilities. We need to know what facilities we own. At a really simple level, how many facilities do we own, what condition are they in? And so when we go out to market, we need to be able to put that into the space for tendering. Now, contractors will build in that cost if we can't articulate really clearly what it is they're going to be managing. So we're about kind of get the data into the systems in that point. So lastly, we have an AMP project. That is part of an LTP program that Peter's talked to you extensively about. What does an asset management plan project mean? It's really about highlighting all the capability that sits behind the team. And once again, it's a very challenging piece of work to get all that stuff right. So those are some of the achievements over the last 6 or 8 months. We're really trying to move the organisation from reactive into proactive space, and we're beginning to get some data to be able to provide you probably within the next 6 to 8 months around what that looks like and being able to say, this is how we're moving. So those are some of the achievements. I open up to the questions.
Great, thank you. I'll kick up with a couple of questions if I can. My eyes are always drawn to anything that's red on tables. And if we look at the Asset Management Improvement Programme roadmap, which is the attachment there.
Is that attachment A? Or are you talking
attachment C.
C?
Yep. So, Three Waters Improvement Programme, activity is currently on hold and will be continued as resource and budget allow. Are you able to just give us a little bit more information on what's happening there and why, and
Absolutely.
what the implications of that might be?
It's slightly misleading in the saying that the improvement programme is on hold. I think what we're trying to illustrate here is that the resources for the AAIF project, that intervention framework project, Three Waters maintenance contract, that's where the resource and focus is right now. We're getting ready for ensuring that the LTP is in the investment capability that's going in there is really focused on, along with the maintenance contract that has some fairly tight deadlines. There's always a lot of improvement activities going on within the team, but there's the formality of how that stuff is being put together, in the same way that we talk about the transport space, is coming into effect shortly. So it's not that nothing's happening and that something has been put on hold, but the formality and governance of that has been put on hold.
So there's work going on, but in terms of this
Absolutely.
particular project,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine. And then, again, another question I ask regularly, you're obviously doing work particularly through the asset management plans work, which aligns with the LTP. It's absolutely vital that that lines up with all of the other matters that we'll be considering in the LTP, the infrastructure strategy, the finance strategy, the service plans and so on. Are you confident that the work that you're doing, appreciating it is a large and complex piece of work, will align with those other moving parts of the LTP so that we can consider the whole lot together at the appropriate time?
Just about every available resource that could have anything to do with the asset management plans is now focused on that between the December through to April 30th timeframe. As the activities with the different work streams within that LTP start coming together, it's ensuring that the conversations are happening, and that, you know, I've got resource specifically dedicated for that. The teams are now having and trying to understand and getting clarity around what those linkage points are, where the risks are, because if we don't know where exactly they are in some instances today, that will be known over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, clearly that's a high priority for us. We've got the regular LTP updates that this feeds into, but yeah, I'm just very keen to remain confident that this is all aligned as we move forward, and if there is some risk that it's not, I would rather that be called out sooner rather than later so that we can respond to it.
I think there's always risk in such an inherently complex piece of work. All I can say that is now the number one priority, and we've actually changed the name of one of the internal projects for that, particularly in the AMP integration component now. So that's really ensuring that people keep that front of mind with everything that they're doing and keeping the conversations going.
Yeah, thank you. I think that'll continue to be an area of focus for us as we consider the LTP updates as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Sam?
Hey, thanks very much for this. I just wondered, you know, going forward, what will be the mechanism by which we can, like under here, we've got 2.4, improve cost efficiency and reduce costs. So completely agree with what you're doing. What's the sort of mechanism from your point of view, rather than the business units, that will sort of monitor that, or where will we see the tangible outcomes from your end?
So for many normal project delivery aspect, we have a benefits realisation framework from that. Whether it's a big ticket item that I talked about around, you know, $300,000 worth of OPEX savings in transport through managing the contracts, or whether it's efficiency gains in not having to repeat work. There are a number of technical projects where we're now, for instance, pushing the onus from information and quality checking for information being handed over, whether it's a metro centre when it comes into council, back onto the contract to actually ensure they're giving us the quality information so we can then manage it going forward. Typically, contractors in the past have handed information over, they don't care about it, and it's our job to then do the quality checking of that, and that alone is a huge challenge for us to manage. So whether it's just removing those type of small steps right the way through to being able to manage contracts more efficiently and extract value, that's all captured as part of the project life cycle that we do.
So, I mean, to follow that up, I mean, one of the recommendations here is note the value of continuing to invest in the asset management improvement program.
Yeah.
So I guess going forward, it would be good to see, even just at a really high level, some of those tangible savings.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne?
I was asking Peter before a question that probably you could perhaps help with. I'm trying to understand the relationship between an asset and its value, and its relationship to in maintaining that asset, and the relationship to levels of service. So an example I'm thinking of which is really pertinent in my ward, is that we have new subdivisions that are handed over to the council, and they are in a certain condition. And then residents have an expectation that level of maintenance will continue, and they will continue to look like that forever. At that point, does the council do an evaluation of standard that is there, and do they then place levels of service in to maintain that, or do they just put levels of service that are generic to all parks? And, you know, as an asset. It's a new asset to the council. Do we look at it through those eyes of what it looks like now, and and to maintain that, or do we look at it through the eyes of any other park? Because if we are just looking at it through the eyes of this is just any other park, we're going to have a lot of dissatisfaction from residents, which will then feed into levels of service discussions. So I'm just wondering if you can help me understand that.
Okay, so if I reflect your question, I think there are a couple of components to it. The first part is, do we apply or have different expectations around levels of service on a per asset basis or per class? I don't believe that's the case, but that would be a question really for Andrew Rutledge. I think the second component is from taking an asset, and I'll use the analogy of, you acquire a almost brand new car, previously loved car, it's all shiny and polished. Your expectation when you buy that car and you turn up at the car lot is that it's a nice, shiny new car and it smells like new car and drives like new car. Your ability to maintain that car in a functional, at a functional level, depending on how sensitive you are about that car, depends on what level of service you would set. So you might be out there every weekend polishing it, cleaning the wheel arches and everything else, or at the other end of the scale, you might be saying it drives forward, it stops. I don't really care if it's covered in whatever it's covered in. It still provides a level of service, but it's just at what level of perceived condition. It gives you a performance. So it really comes down to the individual asset managers to set what that performance level is, that condition perceived or otherwise is. So for a park, it might be all neatly, you've got the clippers out. Would we manage it at that level? There's a cost implication to keeping it at that level, having the car polished every week. And that's considered as part of the LTP and annual plan processes for that. But I think the third part of the question is it realistic to expect a brand new polished car for the forecourt to be maintained in that brand new polished state from a ward member? That's really up to... Pardon? So I think that's... I think I heard Holden somewhere in the line
That's
there.
really helpful.
Yeah.
Is there a discussion that has to be had between developers and the council in terms of this, in terms of what they're giving us and the level of expectation? So residents will buy a house in a beautifully manicured subdivision. Is it a fair expectation on council? I mean, how do we manage that conversation? It's
a function of cost. If you want
it is.
It's just a function of cost in that place, and ultimately it comes down to the somewhat challenging balancing act you have around keeping it in a perfect grade, what we would refer to technically as a grade 1 condition, versus allowing it to be functional at potentially a grade 3, and there's a cost, and they tend to go exponentially up to maintain it in that.
Yep.
Kew Gardens versus.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's all about the money. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. No further questions. I'm happy to move the recommendations in front of us. Sam, you're happy to second. All those in favour say, Yanni?
You don't seem to like debate. You just speak to it and debate.
I'm very happy for you to speak to it.
Cool. I just wanted to just acknowledge the huge work that's gone on. I mean, this has been a huge amount of effort, and through the experience of post-earthquake and skirt and all the things that we've faced, I really just wanted to commend you, Piers, for the work that you and your team have done, because it is actually really amazing to kind of see the progress and to start getting to the point where we're seeing the positive benefits from all that work. So thank you for what you're doing. I know it's very detailed and complex at times, but actually you've simplified it in a way that I think makes us understand that there's some real benefits to being on top of these things, and I just certainly as a councillor I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thanks for your comments, Yanni. Often these reports don't provoke a lot in the way of debate. Thanks for those comments. Absolutely appreciated, and thanks for the work that you're doing, and pass that on to the team as well. So this has been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we move on to our next item, which is the LTP 2021 programme update. Now, if we look at the resolutions here, there are 3 resolutions in front of us that relate to the information in this report, and then there are 2 resolutions, Resolution 4 and 5, that relate particularly to the appointment of the Chair and Deputy Chair of the External Advisory Group for the Long-Term Plan. What I would propose to do is to deal with the report as we normally would, So Peter, we'll get your commentary, we'll take any questions, and obviously gain an understanding through the answers to those questions. That's fine. Now, because items 4 and 5 necessarily include debate around the people who will end up acting in these roles, it's appropriate that we have that discussion in a public excluded session. So before we can move to any discussion around resolutions 4 and 5, we will need to move into public excluded for a short time in order that the privacy of those people and any discussion around them can be maintained. My intention would be that we would make the decisions around the names that will then populate resolutions 4 and 5 in that public excluded session. Those names will then obviously become known immediately when we come back into the open agenda, at which point we'll make a decision on paragraphs 1, 2 and 3, resolutions 1, 2 and 3. So just for the sake of transparency, I wanted to outline that before we start. So now and I would imagine for the purpose of media in the room, that the public excluded discussion will be relatively short. Now let's move to the normal process, which would be, Peter, for you to present the report to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaking to recommendations 1 to 3, the commitment remains to the commitment remains to provide all draft components of the LTP for 1 June. That will give councillors enough time between June and the end of the year to have a measured discussion around those components and understand and interrogate them as they need to. There's an update attached to the report. As we discussed earlier with capital works and so forth, between the last update, which I think was the 18th of December to this committee, and now, there's obviously a gap around progress caused by the Christmas New Year break. However, it has hit the ground running. The project's back in flow. So quickly hitting the points there. Obviously, I think you already know, the CE will be chairing the LTP group to progress the project. I'm on that team as well as a number of other operational people. We're progressing the co-development or co-production process whereby councillors are involved in the development of the LTP before the components are complete. That's going to take a measure of trust and teamwork on both sides. For staff, it will mean a preparedness to show work in progress. For councillors, it will mean understanding that they're not seeing a complete product, that maybe the cosmetics are not there yet, and that perhaps even because it's not due yet, it may not even be complete. But that's part of the co-production collaborative approach. The IS and capital development work streams are providing a bit more detail. In particular, what we're keen to know is when ELT and councillors can see how the capital prioritisation model will work. I'm quite keen to make sure that the principles and the criteria are agreed before we do a whole raft of work on that, so that basically you're happy and ELT is happy with the recipe of how that works. It would be a pity to invest a huge amount of effort in that and then discover that the recipe wasn't what people were looking for. It is, I should remind you, I think around about a $5 to $6 billion capital program over the life of the LTP. So how we cut and dice the priorities on that is important. With that will be, all of this is in line with the Mayor's letter of expectation, so that with that will be an analysis of deliverability as well. I'm mindful of the conversation that we had with Raymond Horwin, who's the advisor to the Society of Local Government Managers, that councils across New Zealand have basically doubled their capital works programs since 2012, but the supply of capacity hasn't changed that much. So in other words, we're all competing for the same suppliers to deliver big projects. And his stress was that councils need to look at deliverability as part of their program. We are well advanced on booking activity plan presentations to you between June and December. That doesn't mean that you can't ask to talk to activities before then, but it means that you'll start to see appointments appearing in your diary from June onwards and the names of the activities that you'll be looking at that time. Obviously, there is a time commitment in an LTP. So it's not something that you can sort of sneak into the existing briefings. There will be additional briefings, especially around things like the infrastructure strategy, the financial strategy, the capital program, as well as the activity plans. Obviously the external advisory group, and that's the later topics. A lot of work has progressed since we last spoke on zero-based budgeting. The milestones on those are well advanced and are looking to be built into the project plan. The team meets on Tuesday, the 4th, and we expect that those milestones will be sheeting home at that point. The program on how to review the budget is well underway. The engagement process, the pre-engagement process is advancing well with the comms team. We've got some good tools, things that will make visualising the capital program, because you've asked to keep track of that in the course of the LTP, not at the end. So visualisation tools for the capital program, visualisation tools for participatory budgeting are all well advanced. We're hoping to maybe give you a demonstration in the next couple of weeks of how those tools look and work. So that's really the high-level view. I'm happy to field questions on those initiatives. Bear in mind that it's been about 4 weeks and probably 2 of those were lost to the break. But that's where we're at the moment.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed, Peter. I mean, it's good to see that we're quite ahead of this. It certainly feels quite different than the position we've been at this stage in previous LTPs. Having that letter of expectation issued, of course, was a significant step because it gives you the guidance and direction that you're needing as you plan and implement these next pieces of work. And obviously getting the first steps of the EAG appointments done today will be a significant step in the right direction as well. It's good to hear you referring to issues around affordability and deliverability as we look at the capital programme. And obviously we talked earlier in the meeting about the need for alignment of work across the various different parts of the programme, and that's alluded to in your conclusion in the report that we've got in front of us as well. Avoiding that silo mentality and making sure we take a joined up approach across the various different areas. So thank you for the significant progress which has been made. Of course, realising that we've just been through a holiday period and realising that there's the more detailed update which will come to the next meeting on the 5th of March. And our focus really is going to be will continue to be on those matters of alignment and making sure that we remain ahead of this. But it certainly feels as though we're in a good space, and we just need to make sure that with good oversight and calling out any issues early, that we continue to play in that space. It's good. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, so in the absence of any questions, we'll come back to the resolutions 1, 2 and 3 shortly. Now, what I would propose, we've got a resolution in front of us, if I can get that put up on the screen so that we can move into public excluded just for the discussion about the individuals who may end up as chair and deputy chair of the external advisory group. For the sake of simplicity, what I'd propose is that we go into public excluded now, have that discussion, then break for morning tea, and then when we come back from morning tea, the very first thing we will do in public is to approve the whole set of resolutions, having already dealt with resolutions 4 and 5 in that public excluded session. So I will now move that we exclude the public for the reasons set out in front of us. Do I have a seconder for that? Sam? I'll put that resolution. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. So if we could clear the chamber. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. And if I can get the resolution that we're considering put on the screen in front of us, please. Okay, so before the morning tea break, we came out of public excluded, where in the public excluded session, we made the decisions that are now reported in resolutions 4 and 5. So that has now been dealt with in public excluded, and the result of that discussion is now made public. Immediately that decision was made in this public part of the meeting. So all that remains for us to do now to complete this item is to approve resolutions 1, 2 and 3. So I'm happy to move those. Do I have a seconder? Mike Davidson. Is there any debate? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. So now moving on to item 12, the Three Waters Section 17A review interim update. And this is exactly what it says. It's an interim update on a review which is currently in flight. Teresa, thank you for joining us. And thank you for the work that you're doing in this project. And Dave, welcome to the table as well. So, Teresa, do you want to start by making some comments?
Mr. Chairman, I might start just making comments. Really, I'm going to reiterate the executive summary. For the new councillors, we have attached terms of reference, the original terms of reference, because they were approved prior to the elections. So it's just to fill in the background of some of that information. But the Section 17A review, to remind you, is around looking at the cost effectiveness of the current arrangement. It talks about a focus needing to have a look at the governance, have a look at the funding and the service delivery. And basically, I think you'll find that in the terms of references, a bit more detail around that. And you'll recognise that a lot of the terms of reference is taken straight out of legislation, basically under the Local Government Act. If you do a Section 17A review, you must do this, this, this and this. So the review of Three Waters drinking water, wastewater and stormwater has been undertaken by staff with an external governance group and an external peer review. And that's really to put some independence into it, Mr. Chairman. And again, I know the existing councillors that were here before the elections are well aware of that. But again, just a little bit of background for the new councillors. We've gone through the establishment and assessment phases, are complete, and we're now looking at the various options that are there before we come back to council. If you have a look, I think one of the attachments is also the logic map, and I think one of the important parts is that under that response column there, about some of the things that we're trying to find. We need an organisation that enables effective and efficient delivery, obviously, that's part of the Act, and because it's there, just all the models need to be, we need some criteria which we need to look at these various options against, and these are basically the criteria. Proactive, informed decision making, sufficient funding. We need a compliant water services, and that gets very difficult, Mr. Chairman, because the rules are changing probably as we sit here at the moment, because central government, as you are all aware, are in the middle of a major reform. And that's one of the reasons we've come back with a recommendation in this, that we would like to extend out the reporting back. In the original time, you asked us to report back in March. The government's still in that process, and one of the reasons we would like to extend our reporting regime out to September. If your next one, engagement increased socially, I think we've got a community that's also, I think, very, I was going to say attached to the water, but that, water is one of the things that is at the forefront of our society at the moment, whether it be through irrigation, through nitrate levels, through climate change and wide range. We talk about water services delivered in a holistic, whole of life cycle approach, and recognises water as a tauhanga. And so the other piece of information we've got in here, Ngātahu's just put out a think piece, I think it's probably more than a think piece, but a discussion document on their approach to water. And it's, as an important partner of council, we consider it important that we actually reflect on that document and see whether it has any influence in there. And that's one of the other reasons we were actually asking for that extension out to September. Finally, the last one down that response thing is effective policy framework direction enables long-term planning, climate change, and I think all of council recognise the importance of climate change, and if you have a look at the three waters, it's probably going to have more impact on those than anything else, I would say. Possibly the transport network's going to be reasonably influenced as well, but certainly around flood protection, sea level rise, different intensities of storm around all that is going to be quite important. Regulatory reform, which I've briefly talked about, culture and community expectations. So basically this is an interim update, but really I think the big thing we're asking is for an extension of the review completion date to September. In saying that, if we can, depending on what the government does, where we do, we will want to bring back it to you as soon as we can. We think September gives us the amount of time that we may need before we hit a crunch date. We do have a crunch date around having to renew contracts, so we would either have to come back to you asking for a further extension of our current contract arrangements, or if we can conclude this piece of work, it will then potentially blend in very well with that piece of work. So that's really all I've got to say, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy if any questions to be asked of Teresa.
Yep, excellent. So bearing in mind that we've got a workshop coming up on this as well, which is the opportunity for a deeper and broader discussion. This is just the interim update. I think, Dave, you've articulated the reason that an extension to September is a good idea. There have been a number of moving parts here, and the environment is quite different for a number of reasons than it was at the time that we put this piece of work in train. So thank you very much indeed for that. So that's the introduction from staff. Teresa, you're happy to answer any questions? Yep. Yes. But bearing in mind we do have this workshop later on, are there any questions for Teresa? All right, so what we are doing is receiving the information that's provided in the report, and then the substantive thing that we're doing is extending the review completion date for September 2020 based on the reasons that have been articulated very clearly from the table today. So Pauline, you're happy to move. Is there a seconder? Sarah, happy to second. Is there any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, and thank you for the report.
Nice, all the work Teresa's put into this and the team. It's just
and
been
the team
massive.
behind me.
And Ellen is here as well. It's been a huge effort, as you know. You've been on amongst it, but yeah, thank you very much.
Indeed, and acknowledging that we've got Eleanor Trout, who's the chair of the External Governance Group, here with us. And Eleanor, we look forward to the workshop later on today, but welcome and good to have you with us. Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody involved, as Pauline has said, for the huge amount of work that you're doing and the amount of detail that you're going into. Thank you very much indeed. So now moving on to item 13, the closeout report for Sumner Road, Zone 3A and 3B. So if we can have staff to the table for this one, please. So Lynette and Peter, welcome to the table. And if you'd like to make some introductory comments on this report, thank you.
Well, thanks. Firstly, I'd like to introduce Peter Borden beside me. Most of you will have met him before or seen him at the table, but it's a bit rare for Peter to be here speaking to you. Peter was the project manager on this, so we do have a couple of quick slides just to give you some context around the size and scale of the job that was done, and a slide at the end around some of the innovations that we've noted. I'll let Peter carry on with that. Before we start though, sorry, can I just take one moment to acknowledge the project manager that was on this project prior, and that was Lynn Armitage, who did a lot of work to get this up and running. Peter took over for the fun end of the actual doing, and Lynn did all the hard work in the lead up through the procurement and getting the contractors on board.
Thank you. So just going to take you very briefly through a bit of the history on Sumner Road and why the closeout report is as it is. Up there on the cover page, you'll see some of the activities that were undertaken as part of Sumner Road. There's a wide range of activities across a whole range of disciplines on a very complex and high-risk site to keep the road open, as you see down in the bottom corner there. Just some of the brief history. We've used Google Earth to give you images, to give you an idea of location of various activities and a bit of some sense of the time period in there. So in 2015, this is where the road was. It had been shut since mid-2011 after the 2011 earthquakes. What had been achieved up to about this time, funding was almost ready to go and consents were near to approval as well. And their funding was achieved in early 2015. Procurement strategy was also established by that time, and the area had been split into a lower half and an upper half of the road, Zone 3A on the lower half, where the damage was thought to be less extensive and was less evident, and works were thought to be smaller scale and simpler. And the upper half of the road below the crater and bluffs on Zone 3B, where the large-scale works were going to be necessary. Now, the works were split into two phases. One was the geotech risk mitigation. That was to make the ground above the road, reduce the rockfall risk and make the road safe to work on repair and safe for users in the future in there. And then the second phase, Zone 3A roading and 3B roading, that was to fix the retaining walls and repair the road to enable that to be able to be opened. So the contract was awarded for the geotech risk mitigation on Zone 3B in mid-2016 to McConnell Dow. Now before that, over the 2015-16 period, Council had conducted a tender and for a design advisor, and that was eventually awarded to Golder Jacobs in late 2015. Now the original concept for the 3B risk mitigation works was to basically convert that light shaded area you see on the crater rim bluffs above Sumner Road in there into 7 quarry benches, so engineered benches, and remove about 1 million cubic metres of rock and all the associated environmental damage to be done with that. So the winning designer that came on board, Golder Jacobs, brought a design innovation with them. That was to install a catch bench, highlighted by the rock falling off the cliffs during events. Just flows down gullies the same as water does, and so by putting one piece of relatively small infrastructure at the bottom of the gully, you manage the risk with a lot smaller scale works. February 2018, we're getting close to the finish of the geotech risk mitigation there. You can see down below the crater and bluffs there, you can see the catch bench is largely completed there. And we're starting to get ready for, none of the retaining walls have been started and none of the road repairs have been started at this stage. You can see a cutback has been completed at Windy Point here to avoid having to repair one retaining wall above fragile port infrastructure there. At this stage, we'd turned around the development of the catch bench. There was a number of design innovations we were already bringing in during the risk mitigation. All of the risk mitigation work progressed from the top of Evans Pass along the crater and bluffs and down to the left-hand side of the slide there. However, it was identified early on that we needed to get into some key retaining walls in here that were going to take about 9 months to fix in there. So we turned around the way the catch bench was constructed. We asked worked with the contractor so they go over the top, and then they built it from the left-hand side back to the right. That freed us up to award these packages of retaining walls underneath there and get on a lot earlier than we would have done otherwise, and that's part of what contributed to being able to open the road on time. We jump forward a year now. Road's a couple of months off opening. We've had all of the retaining walls, 29 odd in there, including a few new ones built, pavements down, road pavements down and repaired. Work has peaked. At the height of construction, there was a workforce of about 100 from half a dozen different subcontracting companies to McConnell Dow, the head contractor on site, and there was work on about a dozen different sites, and probably the construction traffic numbers and loading on Sumner Road were higher than it's ever going to see in operational use. It was a traffic management issue towards the end. And lastly, what did we learn and what would we do again and what mightn't we do again in there? It turned out that it was just a constant battle of managing change and innovation. Nothing was as we thought. we had to start with what we had and make the best of it and come out with a good result at the end. So by this stage here, we had the original procurement strategy. We had 2 BARTs, 2 phases of work. One had been done. There were 5 line items, I think, in the LTP. We started with one of those line items, the Zones 3B geotech risk mitigation contract. We got that running. We put all of the other parts back into that with council approval and involvement as a number of separable portions and put it all back together again to be able to deliver the work in parallel. That was probably the major innovation. The design innovation, reducing the scale of works up the top there from our designer. That was a good and valuable piece of innovation. As I got on here, we're also paying tenderers, which I understand is perhaps the first time we've done that. This was done so that we could own their IP that they brought on board. One of those bits of IP was brought on by the successful tenderer, so they were paid as part of the tender for it, was the dedicated, getting rid of the dedicated haul road. The preliminary design had a haul road linking Sumner Road and the catch bench down to the quarry on Old Sumner Road, and that was going to cost around $2 million, we thought, in there. So McConnell Dowell's innovation was they protected the upper part of Sumner Road and they used that as a temporary haul road in there, so that was a valuable saving in there as well. And then lastly, some of the major achievements are safety, as I mentioned, the work sites, the complex work area, the high risk work in there. There's over 200,000 hours of work on the road in there with people on there. We had a few minor injuries. I think the worst was a sprained finger of someone on the end of a rope using an electric drill to drill in bolts in there, and a scratched knee from a nail on a piece of wood. So that's an outstanding achievement for works of that scale in that area. Environmental control, that was constant focus, the same as safety, to get the good outcomes that we got in there. There was one environmental incident where some rock escaped from the catch bench and there was remediation necessary for that. We worked through that with the contractor and ended up with a good outcome in there. The lizards, always a complication. They were done as preparatory works, so that was quite valuable to identify ahead of time and get those relocated.
And the moths.
Oh, the moths, that was done during construction. As construction went through, we would have to go and work with the entomologist and go and inspect sites. There's a flightless moth that has given up the ability to fly on there and grazes on lichen, which takes a long time to grow, 50 odd years for a decent crop of lichen to grow, I think, in there. And so they were picked up and relocated, and a new colony established down somewhere near Sumner, I understand. And the other thing we managed to achieve is originally that 100,000 cubic metres of rock was just going into the quarry, and it would have been rehabilitated as a part of a stockpile down there. As we looked at it forming, we realised that gravity was helpfully sorting out all the coarse and durable rock for us down at the bottom of the quarry. And that stage coastal pathway was starting to get underway, and we realised that all of that rock for coastal pathway was being imported from Oxford at considerable cost. So we salvaged about 10,000 cubic metres of rock out of there, and it was able to be reused on those projects, and also a number of facing a number of retaining walls and lots of things. So it was a good outcome all in all. So yeah, great job, great result. It was on time, low budget.
And had very low level of complaints against it. Well, was out of sight, out of mind a little bit.
One verbal one that had opened too early and they couldn't be the first person to drive down. That's all that.
Yeah.
Great. So thank you very much indeed for that. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the commentary, and you know, some of those pictures that we have seen, the graphics that we've just seen on the screen, show the size and scale of this project, and some of the numbers in the report also show the size and scale of this and the importance of the project as well. Freight for the port. You know, strategically, this is an important secondary transport route, certainly for dangerous and oversized goods going to and from the port. But equally, the other thing that this project has done is to link communities. You know, Sumner and Littleton are neighbours once again, and that has made a huge difference to places that people choose to go and the way that people choose to run their lives, and in fact relationships and friendships and family relationships that are held at each end of this road as well. So in terms of good for freight and the local and regional economy, fantastic, but in terms of, you know, being good for people-to-people relationships and people's ability to use this as a recreational route and a route to keep suburbs and communities in contact with each other has also been excellent. So thank you for the report. Thank you for the work that's been done. I did have just one question. On page 99, there's reference made to the original NZTA subsidy of 83%. And then because there was a timing difference, the subsidy dropped from 83 to 51%. I would have imagined that commitments to subsidies would be made at the beginning of a project and would be project driven rather than, you know, because something hasn't happened within a certain time frame for very good reason, all of a sudden the subsidy drops from 83 to 51 in a pretty unilateral looking kind of way. Can you provide some commentary as to how that can be? I mean, you know, it's good that in spite of that things ended up in a good space, but it just doesn't look like something that seems very fair and equitable to me. You'd think you'd plan these things and be able to lock them in at the beginning of a project.
You're going to leave that one to me,
used the
aren't you?
word imagined, and I would agree with you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
In there, it was a surprise to us. I understand that at the time when that application was put in, it was the end of the emergency funding.
Yes,
and it
and
never got past the chair's desk.
It was about the end of the emergency funding as a result of the earthquake, and we did have some very robust conversations with NZTA and managers, but it didn't get past the chairman of the board. That was the.
Okay.
But it isn't, and actually that's something to remember, is usually in the project, when we work on usual projects, and look, I have to say it was about emergency funding, and that was probably something a little new for me and a little different to what we were doing, but it was around the emergency funding supplied by NZTA, not around normal NLTF subsidy.
Yeah.
So normal NLTF subsidy is locked in. Once it's committed, it's committed.
So it's fair to say this was a unique situation because of the earthquake provisions and the timing of this particular project.
And it was unique in NZTA's world as well, in its size and scale and type and where it was and what it was for and all the rest of it. So.
Yeah, all right. Leanne, you're the same matter.
I kind of wanted to drill in this particular one as well, but hey, great project, great result, and I agree, great drive. And great view and great reinstatement of the viewing areas, the platforms further down. I just think you've done an extraordinary job and congratulations. But this really sort of kind of stuck in my throat just a little bit. I couldn't swallow for a moment because it seemed to me that you know, under the terms of the cost-sharing agreement, which I pretty much know off by heart now, it said that that there was an 83% contribution to the cost of restoring the network, and if there'd been an argument about this, we wouldn't have done any of this work bar the earthquake. So it just seemed to me that, you know, we were in this place because there had been an earthquake, and that the intent of the funding agreement was that the network would be restored. Now, all of this work, the safety work, none of this was done to beautify the area. It was done because it was essential to restoring what is essentially a redundancy route for our a significant asset of the region, which is the Littleton Port Company. You know, we couldn't afford not to do this road for all sorts of reasons, and we were only doing it because of the earthquakes. And it just seemed to me that under the terms of the cost-sharing agreement, there was a lifting up provision where the two chief executives could talk to each other, and then the two mayors, if they couldn't, I mean the mayor and the minister could talk to each other if there wasn't a resolution. But I think you didn't get to that stage.
Is my understanding, no. And I that was sort of, I can't really comment much more, and I apologise, it was out of my hands at that time. So my understanding is no, and I do know that staff had and there were a number of letters written, and I think at the time the CE wrote, but the chairman of the board just said emergency funding ends.
The issue went right through our relationship manager, the regional, and it went to the board. The board gave one extension of the 83%, and then when we went back for the second extension to finish off the work, they wouldn't give us a second extension, and it was at a board decision level at that point. When I say that, we had done something like 90% of the work prior to that coming off, so it was only the. But yes, we agree.
So it's about
a whole
10% of the cost
that should have got 83%.
So what would be the difference between the have you worked that out?
No, we haven't worked it out.
Okay. Well, maybe if you could send a note round on what the difference
I can work that out. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Sarah.
Different scale of question. So on page 98, the bottom of the page there talks about the defect period works and the planting and plant establishment of 25,000 native plants, which was fantastic when we went up and looked at that at the time. Planting completed in 2019, 3 to 5 years of establishment management is underway.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking, how closely are we monitoring that and making sure it happens? Because I know like the hills are incredibly dry at the moment, and the risk of plants dying through lack of water and stuff. So are we? So that's part of the
checking
on the.
Yes, yes, it is. So that's part of the management plan, is to assume a proportion of fatalities as well, and they get replanted, and the budget's there, and it's all. Peter's still working on the project.
Fantastic.
So
that's
yes,
cool.
And it's a very strong condition of our consent requirements.
Excellent.
So
cool.
yes, that will get established.
Thanks so
And
much.
they're having some big challenges with little fairy creatures up there.
Yes. Yeah. I just don't know how hard it is in some of the volunteer areas, but it's tough.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had two questions. And, huge project, quite incredible. So, thank you for that overview. Just two things. One was, do you know approximately what month or year it went to the NZTA board? Was it like in 2018?
I can come back to you with that. I'd have to go back to the files, but it was a wee while ago.
Cool. And the second question was really just in terms of lessons learned. Did we have any reflection on opportunities for betterment, like separated cycling facilities or pathways along the project? I was just kind of interested in that whole design phase around whether or not we if there's anything we might have designed differently if cost wasn't kind of the issue, but actually, cycling safety is obviously an issue that comes up a lot around the Port Hills.
It is. There is very, very limited room up there to do anything much at all. We looked and found opportunities throughout our design. We were very conscious of the fact that it was going to be a very popular cycling route, especially once it was nicely resurfaced. What we didn't expect was the skateboarders, but we've had a few longboarders down it, which has been interesting. So we did look all the way through the process, and we were conscious of that. What we looked at all the way through was whether we could do what the best solution was to provide the right outcome, and one of those was when we cut back Windy Point. So we actually, instead of rebuilding the road where it was and sort of having a very tight and very difficult lookout at the bottom, we ended up actually cutting back the Windy Point prominent tree there and creating more space for the road, which created more space for buses to be able to stop and people to be able to look and see the port and Littleton and the harbour. So yes, we looked all the way at options. There are parts of it that are barely wide enough to get 2 lanes of traffic in.
Right.
So yeah, we did it all the way through the process.
And it was a geographical, technical constraint as opposed to a budget constraint?
Usually. Yeah. Well, the budget constraint came in because geographically and technically it's very, very difficult. There are parts of that where there's a massive rock face on one side and we've got about 5 metres of road width, and then so we would be building or cutting back a lot of rock. So yes, came down to budget in the end, but it was technically difficult and geographically constrained as well. So all three tie together.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so we've got a resolution to receive the information in the project closeout summary. I'm happy to move that. Is there a seconder? Jimmy Chen. Any debate? Really, once again, just... Oh, Pauline. Yeah.
Express a little bit of disappointment that we didn't manage to have a very big public opening. I think there was a timing issue with another event last year, but this was I think this and the new Brighton Pier are the two biggest repair projects that have been carried out in Christchurch, and I can't praise the team enough. We all went up on a tour, I don't know when it was, but it was absolutely mind-blowing to actually be there and see the level of precision and care that was being taken. Such a huge job, so I was incredibly impressed. We all were. So I just want to congratulate you again personally and for the presentation today and the job done on time, on budget. Thank you.
Yep, which is exactly what I was going to do and will now do. I mean, this is a massive project. It's an exemplar of how, you know, in a very hostile, challenging environment, we've managed to recreate a key transport route which has got a number of very, very positive outcomes. The geography, the environment, you know, the weather up there in the winter, there would have been fog and horizontal rain and wind, and, you know, it's not a good environment to be operating in. And a project of this magnitude and complexity to have been delivered in the way that this report shows us it was delivered. I remember the early conversations around the reinstatement of Sumner Road, and there really was a question as to whether it was possible to do this at all, or whether we needed to be looking at other alternatives. And in fact, some alternatives were considered, as I recall. So it's particularly pleasing to be able to have this report in front of us that shows that the project was completed in the way that it was. And of course, now we're future-proofed for many years to come, and we've got a safer environment than the original Sumner Road was previously, while taking a reasonably pragmatic approach to what was required to get the project done, and done within a reasonable time frame and within a reasonable budget, considering the complexities. So thank you very much indeed for the report. Thank you very much indeed to everybody that was involved in the planning, the design, and the implementation and delivery of this project. It's significant by anybody's standards. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So this has been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we move to Hereford Street, Manchester to Oxford, estimated cost to completion. So we've got, Lynette, you're remaining at the table, and Neil, yep, welcome. That's great. And Richard, welcome.
Would you like an introduction, Mr. Chair?
If there is an introduction, that would be good.
Shall we
Go through the talking points.
So Hereford Street report at the council meeting on the 14th of March last year, following the hearings panel report, it was requested that officers report back on the expected outturn cost. At that time, the estimated project cost was approximately 6.2 million. The report to council advised that the budget was 4.9, just under 5 at that stage. The budget amount was set prior. That budget amount was set prior to us completing scheme design or consultation or doing any site investigations or detailed design. We let the contract just before Christmas, and then we got firmed up numbers. So this is the report coming back to you. The current estimate is sitting, a complete estimate for the entire project, all costs, is sitting at 7.5. Some of that increased cost is a result of us finding more coal tar than we anticipated. We've talked about coal tar before with the council. We're doing some increased footpath at the end of at the Manchester Street end of the project, and there is a water main, quite a substantial water main, at over $500,000 to be replaced down the street. It's at its end of life. It's an AC, asbestos concrete water main. Overall, under staff delegations, we have reallocated surplus funds from other central city projects within the program to cover this, to allow the contract to be let. And Fulton Hogan are completing this job along with Victoria Street, the Hereford Street Bridge. They're doing a stormwater culvert down Hereford Street as well, a major one. And they are going to undertake work on the edge of the square, and we are planning to get them to install the bollards at Oxford Terrace as well. So it's quite a big, from their point of view, it's a big contract. Hereford Street is a part of it.
All right, thank you. And I guess really just further drawing attention to paragraph 4.5 and 4.4 in fact as well. That water main replacement, 600,000, that was originally a separate project which was to be delivered in FY22,
Yes.
which was brought forward to align with this project to avoid having to go into the surface of the new road, to dig up the new road in order to do that project in FY22. That was actually 600,000, whole project brought forward to align with this project because there were synergies between the two that made sense. I've got that right, haven't I? Yeah, great, thank you. All right, so moving to any questions. Any questions on this, Sam?
Thanks, Lynette. I mean, this is probably a stupid question, and it'd be my probably lack of understanding about it. So we've let the contract to Fulton Hogan for 5.3 million,
Yep.
but the budget's 7.5. What's the rest of it for? Have I missed something?
So if you look up above, we've spent, to date, we've spent over 900,000.
Yep.
Getting to here.
So just on
this is the
design and
design, consultation,
Redesign.
So we've spent nearly $1 million on that.
Yes.
Yep. And then the rest of the million is in the extra costs that are listed down below, the rest of the additional costs.
Is that a normal amount in terms of design and consultation for a project? That just seems extraordinary.
It's high, but it's...
I think it's high, but for these central city projects and other sensitive projects, what we are hearing is from the councillors and from the communities that we need to do pretty extensive consultation. And when projects are put on hold, that also gives rise to additional costs as well, because the project's put down, the resources move somewhere else, and then we have to, if it's restarted again, we need to bring that resource back in. There's always a kind of a upskilling component to it. There was a significant amount of engagement associated with this in all central city projects. So we do spend considerable time speaking with the community. I mean, many of those costs are internal costs, so they're our design engineers, our engagement people, our project managers, and all their costs are attributed to the project. But certainly for these ones, which are more sensitive than others, we do spend a lot of time and money up front.
Can I add as well, sorry, there is also quite a substantial investigation. We've done quite a substantial amount of potholing and investigation down there as well that's included in this, and we needed to do that before we could let the tender.
Right.
So that was to inform the tender, so ensure that we get good prices for our tenders.
Yeah,
so
it just
that
seems
they've got a lot of information.
really high.
Quite a substantial amount of money.
There's a requirement to use matapulvery in this design as well.
So we've had additional landscape and urban design support in this as well because of the Central City project. So.
Okay.
Thank you. Yanni.
I'm just struggling to understand why we're not designing to budget rather than sort of designing and then increasing budget. So can you just help me understand that?
So the design itself went through a pretty involved process where it came before council. We went out and sought approval prior to going out for engagement. We had feedback through that engagement process, and we modified the design based on that and brought it to council for decisions. We subsequently had decisions of council about chopping and changing that. it was also in accordance with in general accordance with the Streets and Spaces Design Guide, which is the council endorsed document which provides direction to what you're expecting to see down the central city streets. So we don't know what the cost is going to be until we get into the detailed design and put it out and tender it. We do some initial estimates, and that's what we reported to the hearings panel of a year ago, and that was the reason behind this report which we brought to you now. But what we've done has been based on feedback from the community, direction from council, and consistency with higher order documents such as the Central City Recovery Plan and the Streets and Spaces Design Guide.
Right. So, I mean, I guess it raises a question to me in terms of our budgeting. We've just had the additional information around North Avon Road, which basically went from a $1.5 million project, I think, up to about $6 million as well. So have we got sufficient budgets in place for the projects that we want to do in terms of our roading projects? Like, how can we have confidence the figures that we're getting in our annual plan, given that we seem to kind of see this pattern of increased cost following consultation?
I think there is a need to review some of the numbers in our LTP, because a number of them have been rolled over for many years, and this was one of them. And we have certainly noticed a significant increase in costs associated with transport projects over the last 4 or 5 years, associated with things like archaeological issues. The traffic management is significant. Coal tar is obviously an ever-present issue for us, which probably was underestimated when the original designs were done. So all those things are resulting in significant increases in delivery of transport projects, and yes, the budgets probably need to be reviewed to reflect that.
And that's part of the exercise that we're looking to undertake for the next LTP.
And can you just, sorry, final question, can you just tell me how much per metre this Hereford Street upgrade's costing?
Per metre?
Like what's the kind of cost?
I don't think we could do that off the top of our head. There's a lot of services underneath Hereford Street. As you'll know, that the old telecom building, Spark building, used to run a lot of things under there. So it is complex, hence the reason why we've done a lot of potholing to work out where those services are prior to undertaking the reconstruction of Hereford Street. Yeah. And that's contributed to those costs that Lynette talked about before. But this is one of the more complex central city projects that you'll see because of those services.
But it's 2 blocks basically, isn't it?
It is 2 blocks.
Like 2 blocks.
So for example, the complexity there, I think there's at least 1, if not 2 bunkers that you can actually stand up under the road down there that have services in them. So just to put the complex on what, and there's absolutely no space. That water main we're putting in, we're squeaking in between. There's no space. It's a minefield underneath that road.
One thing I would bring to the council's attention is that, as we previously mentioned, it was in the unlikely funding bucket from the New Zealand Transport Agency, even though we got an approved business case from them. We have subsequently, as the report reflects, had funding approved from the agency, so they will be up for approximately 51% of the transport costs associated with the project.
Thank you. So I've got Melanie, Sarah and Anne. Melanie, you're good? Okay, Sarah.
Thank you. I mean, we keep hearing this characterised as an upgrade, but my understanding is that for the most part it's an earthquake repair, lots of damaged stuff and those kind of things, mains and services and bits and pieces. If you look at the level of service provided for pedestrians that's not kind of earthquake related, like it's a asphalt in some paved areas, those kind of things, I mean, what proportion of the cost is kind of upgrading what's there and what proportion is like earthquake fix still? I mean, it's the worst 2 blocks in the CBD currently. Because I think we had some sort of
I think previously we'd done a report.
Yeah, I think we
on
had something.
what we'd previously broken down the costs associated with just replacing like for like and
fixing the services and stuff like that.
What
'Cause
those
very
costs
little
were,
of
but
it.
we could recirculate that.
Because there's some
separately.
planting and those kind of things that are sort of new and upgrading.
So that was, we did that
But-
for, we did that for Victoria Street, and that worked out at about 80-20.
Yeah, that's right. So 80% was like just repairs, and about
Yes,
20% is
yes.
upgrade. Because we keep characterising it as upgrade, but it's actually just, you know, it's overdue repairs, right? And then taking the advantage of making it look nicer and be better for customers and shoppers at the same time.
Widening footpaths.
Yeah.
Improving the amenity.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say, in my own personal view, there's a significant amount of that in the street here. It's not what I call a completely radical design. There are some widened footpaths, and yes, there's some planter boxes which we're putting in, but it's not significantly different to what's there. It's not like an Avon River precinct or something like that. It's not to that level of amenity. In terms of this, I think we did break it down in the hearings report, so I can certainly.
I think that we need to be careful how we frame these things, because like I didn't talk about, you know, our house got its earthquake repairs. I didn't talk about that as an upgrade. You know, it's just getting the stuff done. Yes, we took advantage in doing a couple of extra bits, but it wasn't. Yeah.
Not significant.
I think we just need to be careful about how we frame things. Yeah.
Thank you. Anne.
Yeah, thank you. I was aware that some of the business folk along there were concerned about service vehicles getting in and out. How was that resolved? Do you remember? Sorry.
Service vehicles.
Yeah.
So we put a number of loading zones in the streets to allow for that. Excuse me, I have a medical condition that's affecting my speech.
So we have put a number of loading zones in.
Yes.
And we have had a lot of communication with all of the businesses to understand what their needs are. That's going to ramp up significantly with the contractor on board, because the contractors want to have those same discussions so that they understand what the business needs are, and they can help. That helps them form their program as to how they're going to build it and build the street and get in and get out as quickly as we can.
Those discussions have already started.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no further. Oh, Aaron and Phil.
Yeah, just with the increased cost, have we looked at any options for offsetting those costs? Like, for instance, given the feedback in the consultation around the removal of the car parks at the bridge end, of maybe not now taking out those 8 car parks and using that revenue to offset the extra costs?
So
the bridge is a separate project,
part of the project,
and we've been funded by that by the Crown.
So that's not an option.
Not doing that anyway is a specific option.
Right. Okay.
And Phil.
Just following along on from what Aaron said, with the bridge narrowing, which you've said is a separate project, is everyone here aware that the area where those 8 car parks are and the taxis are going to get moved off that bridge altogether? So it's just, do you guys all know that? Is it?
That went back to
Yeah, that's.
So perhaps a question would help, because these are questions.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
okay.
Is it correct the separate project?
It's not
for
part
the
of this
bridge.
job.
It's not part of this project. It's simply that we are delivering Otakuro's project because we have got project managers on site.
Project managers.
Otakuro have done all of the work on this, and we are delivering their project. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah. So we don't have any influence.
So Fulton Hogan aren't touching the bridge in this contract, is that what you're saying?
No, we are using the fact that we're doing this contract to do the other contract, which we've been asked to do by Otakuro. We're just using our contract. It's like the Northern Corridor. We're responsible for where the NZTA State Highway ends and Christchurch City Council Road starts, and they are delivering the work, we're paying for it. It's like the government's doing Metro Sports and we're paying for it. So, you know.
Okay, the other question is, Coulter, how confident are you on your 0.6 for Coulter? Because you know how North Haven Road sort of ran away
much
on
more
us?
confident down here because we've done the coal tar testing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the lessons learned out of the North Haven Road thing was that we would do our testing, specific testing for coal tar, before we tendered. So we've done that. They've got all the contractors that priced had all of the information that we knew, and we had an appropriate contractor to do the testing and an appropriate methodology, so that we are pretty confident in it.
And just one last question, sound like Yanni. One last final question. Is Victoria Street had the same amount of testing for coal tar and stuff like that? So, it's all, so we won't get another one of these on Victoria Street?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so we've...
I was going to ask, any
Anne,
lizards?
yeah.
Any lizards?
No lizards.
No lizards.
Not yet.
Lizards on Hereford Street. Okay. Depends how you define lizard, I guess.
Doing the work outside calendar years.
Okay, so we've got a resolution in front of us to receive the report, which I'm happy to move. Do I have somebody to second that? Pauline will second that. Is there any debate? Yanni?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that we've got this report, and I think it's really good that we're getting this information ahead of the project being complete rather than afterwards. But I'm really concerned about this. And also, I think, you know, what's really important is that, like, we've got budgets that are being changed outside of the annual plan process, and you can see them in 4.6. So I just feel like when we receive these reports, we should actually be making decisions. If we're taking money off other things to fund it, then that should be like a report with recommendations that does that, rather than just we do this now, receive the report, and then in the draft annual plan, those changes get approved, but because we get no visibility of what the impacts are. So I'm really concerned about this. You know, I think we've got to start getting some really good benchmarking around costs of doing these road upgrades, because for 2 blocks, nearly $7 million is a huge amount of money to be spent, and I just think that we've just gone, you know, way too overboard in terms of design. If that amount of money is what's required, when we've got, you know, we've just had a performance report earlier this morning around people's dissatisfaction with roads and footpaths in our suburbs, well, across the city, but, you know, a lot of that's in the suburbs that are just not being addressed. So I can't support this huge increase, and I can't support taking it off other projects without getting formal recommendations to do so. So I won't be voting for this.
Mike?
I wasn't going to talk, but now I will. I think we need to establish actually what the item is about, and it is receiving a report. We've made previous decisions on actually the budget on this, and any increase is actually delegated to staff. I think we need to also look at what the project is and the condition of the road and what's being done. Actually, the top of the surface where the design is really simple. So to say it's a highly designed road is just actually just creating commentary for the paper that's not needed at this point in time.
Yep, so Sarah and then Pauline.
Right. I come with photos. So as you can see, Hereford Street is stuffed. It's completely unattractive for shoppers and for businesses to do business in. And the last thing that a local hotel or a restaurant needs is for a broken water main under the road or a broken sewer, because it puts them out of business for a considerable amount of time. There are significant earthquake damaged services under that road. The footpaths are terrible. And there is a car parking building with public access car park on each of those 2 blocks. So it's not a big ask for us to make it an attractive area for shoppers at the same time as we do those earthquake repairs. Economic data that we had through late last year for the CBD showed a huge uplift in retail spend and consumer spend through many of the areas of the CBD, and the key one that stood out was Hereford Street, which didn't have that. And it's one of the last areas for us to fix the public realm space in, and is really strongly linked. You look at the upside and upturn along other areas that have got really high public amenity, directly correlates to the areas with bigger retail spend. And the increase is actually just actual costs. if we want more accurate budgets when we're doing the budgeting to start with and putting our budgets in the annual plan, then as councillors, as the governance, we need to set up a way of allowing staff to have budget for the investigations and all of that detailed design planning outside and before they bring us a budget of what it would cost to do. But that's on us to make sure that that happens. And we could do that with any projects that we want to. But at this stage, we tell staff, we want you to put some money on budget, what you think it might cost, and we haven't given them any funding to do those investigations first. That's on us, not on the organisation.
Thank you. Pauline.
Yeah, mine's in a similar vein, except I was going to say that Hereford Street is a dog. I was down there with some visitors the other day. We're trying to get across. We crossed it twice, actually, and it was a nightmare. And the area, as Sarah said, it's about our public realm, and that's one of our key hospitality areas and one of our key, most beautiful areas in town, leading on to our beautiful Otakaro Avon River, and it's letting the city down. And I think that it's really high time that we got onto this. It has been delayed for quite a while. But we've also got the advantage of all the learnings and the delivery that we have now, that we can deliver these things. And it's a top of mind with the least disruption and the most communication with affected parties along there, and understanding and care. So I have some comfort in that. It's not going to be GP'd. Thank you for not using that word today, Yanni. I think this is going to be a wonderful project with lots of landscaping along there. Street side tables. It's going to actually finish off that area of town beautifully. So I can't wait to see it done. So thank you. I'll be supporting it today.
Thank you. Can we get Sarah's picture back up on the screen, please? Thank you. Leanne.
Thank you. I've been inspired by the picture to say a few words as well. This paper is about Manchester Street to Oxford Street only. That's all it's about. And that Scorpio bookshop that you can see on the far side of the road, thank you, that's very helpful to use the pointer, is going to be a Hilton Hotel opening in spring next year. And if we're going to leave this road in this condition, then that is not being a good host to the people that they are going to bring right into the heart of our central city and right into the heart of the area that will benefit from the upgrade to Hereford Street. The other thing is that in that block, the next block over, back the other way, is the Spark building. They have begged us to do this by the time they open. We're not going to meet the opening time frame, I think, for Spark, but we're going to be close thereafter. So I would like councillors to think of this in the context of the challenges that have been found underground and recognise that this is just about the Manchester to Oxford, and the reason that we decided that this was one of the remaining AAC, Accessible City projects under the Central City Recovery Plan that we were going to proceed with, was because we needed to enliven this area as a quintessential joining point between the different parts of our CBD. So I'm supporting this.
Aaron.
Yeah, so it is a good photo for showing the condition of that road, and no doubt the project will deliver a much better condition road. I'm trying to find a pedestrian.
Yeah, there's a reason.
That tells the story in itself.
Yeah.
Who would want to walk down there?
Yeah, which brings me to my point. There's, in some areas along here, we're taking out the car parking light down on the bridge, which has got nothing at all to do with this. Nothing at all. Just being delivered by the same company at the same time. But beyond that, it will have nothing to do with it on the same street. But so that is clear. But what will happen is we're going to end up with a really nicely delivered piece of work from Manchester through to the river, which I think will be really good. But we're going to get complaints. And the complaint we're going to get is that you removed some car parks. We're not removing them all. There is just some coming out. But every time we take out another car park, we get hit by the public. So we might deliver something that's got a multi-million-dollar value and looks fantastic, but we're losing more people with their attitudes towards the loss of on-street car parking because there's a number of people in this city that don't want to use high-rise car parks. They have phobias. This city was hit with an event on the 22nd of February, which will mean some people will never want to use high-rise car parks again in their lives. But we want those people to come to town. And the report, when we signed off this piece of Hereford Street, didn't have the financial implications of the car park removal. So I question whether we can stick to those resolutions, given that financial implications are meant to be in our reports. And there's a loss of those 8 car parks that are coming out by the river there of between $60,000 and $70,000 a year. And to me, that's a lot of money.
Thank you. I draw people's attention to the fact that this is a report for information.
Yeah.
We're not making a decision on what the project looks like or its features or any of those things. That's already been done, either by ourselves or under delegation.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, everyone else did, so I didn't want to be the odd one out.
Sam.
Really briefly, look, I'm sorry for asking the question that prompted this half an hour of debate. There's really two things here. Like Andrew said, we're receiving a report. So we do need to be pragmatic in the sense that we've already contracted it out and the work's getting underway. But I think the bigger issue is, Yanni has mentioned, is that the budgeting going forward, we do need to look at how we include that. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. The project's underway, it'll be good for the city. The decisions have been made. We've let the contract, let's just get on with it. But we shouldn't relitigate this kind of thing when we're receiving reports. And I do apologise for asking that question.
If there are a number of things that come out of this, it really is if we can get more accuracy and robustness into those budgets in the beginning, because what we're really talking about here is the difference between a budget, which was a best estimate at the time, and that was some time ago, and the reality of the need to construct a road and other features in this area that are commensurate with the fact that Hereford Street is a key central city street, which has got a number of key facilities on it. We're talking Manchester through to the river. The work that's done by the river is excellent. The work that's been done on Manchester Street, that's completed. We've got good environments elsewhere around here in the city. We've got some significant private investment which has taken place into this area and more planned. We need to do this once, and we need to do it well. I appreciate that there are significant cost increases, but we've heard today that they're for good reason and will provide good amenity and good future proofing. I was particularly pleased to see that water main project brought into alignment with this, and that involved bringing funds forward, which means that we're, again, dealing with a matter which has been raised in this chamber a number of times, going in there once, doing the work once, doing it well, so that we then don't need to go back in there again and dig up the work that we've just completed. So there's a lot about this that I'm really happy about. Obviously, anything where there are differences between budget and cost are areas that we quite rightly should be considering, and we quite rightly should be doing a deep dive into. And we've done that today, both through the questions and through this debate. But we've heard there's a significant amount of what you might call subsurface complication. The services under the street are significant, and there's a lot of historic stuff there that's going to need to be sorted out as well. So I think some good points have been made in the debate, but overall, let's get on with it. Let's do a good job. And if there are learnings from the difference between the budget and the cost to deliver here that we can take, and make sure that we look at those, look at future projects differently as a result of what we've learned here, then something good has come out of it, as well as a great upgrade of Hereford Street. So this has been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? As carried. Thank you. Now we've got Amy Carter now with us. We're running just a couple of minutes late. Now this is the Christchurch Foundation paper, which is item 19. As a trustee of the foundation, I'm going to vacate the chair, and Sam will take over the chairing of this item. So Amy, if you'd like to come to the table, and you'll be in very good hands with Sam.
Yes. Third person. Hey, welcome along, Amy. Thanks very much for coming. Before we begin, I think Leanne wanted to make a few opening remarks.
Yep, thank you. And the reason I'm doing this is that I'm also conflicted because I'm on the foundation board, but I wanted to take this opportunity with you appearing in front of the council to acknowledge the fact that I contacted you on the 15th of March at about 11 o'clock in the evening, and within 24 hours you established the Our People, Our Cities Fund, and got the confidence of central government that they would be able to rely on it as well. I think after the earthquakes, both the Prime Minister set up a fund for Christchurch as a response to the airport, to the earthquakes, and the Mayor of the day set up a mayoral fund as well. And so instead of two separate funds being set up with two separate approaches being adopted, the worth of the foundation's establishment decision was really established on that occasion. I don't think that, and you were the only person employed by the foundation at the time. During the period, I think about June, you were able to bring on 2 other members of staff. And it is extraordinary what you were able to achieve in such a short space of time. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge you for what you contributed, but also the foundation for the incredible role that you were able to play, really on a local, on a local stage, but also on an international stage, and with the government support as well. So thank you very much for what you've done, and now I'll step away from the table as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It's been an honour.
Thank you. Well, do you want to run through your stuff, Amy, and then we'll go to questions after that?
Yes, it was just an opportunity to touch base with you and explain how your $600,000 establishment funding has been addressed in the 2018 financial year and what that's really returned. So I just thought I'd talk through the highlights of my recent annual report and AGM presentation that we undertook. And if there's any questions, please just sing out. So the Christchurch Foundation, as Leanne just stated, was established for a few reasons. One, to particularly operate as a funnel to bring funds from around the world to support the charitable exercises within Greater Christchurch. So just to give you a context, there's over 3,800 registered charities in our city limits. Then there's the not-for-profits that aren't registered charities, social enterprises, and then community assets and events, as well as disaster recovery. And I don't think any of us thought when the charity was established that we'd be called upon for disaster recovery quite so quickly. So we were formed, just to give some context, we were publicly announced that we were being established in 2017, in September, and became a legal entity beyond that announcement date. So the 2019 financial year was our first full year in full operation with staff inside the organisation. So we work with families, individuals, businesses, global funders and crowdfunding to deliver returns to those charities, social enterprises, community events, assets and disaster recovery. So it was a complete honour to deliver a gift back to Christchurch at the beginning of our financial year last year to Turanga, with securing 2.5 million operational overhead funding for that facility, which is delivered over a number of years back to council. And that's a combination of our partnership with TSB, Spark and Southbase. So that's what we kicked off the year with. On the date that we publicly launched, we also held our inaugural Women's Fund, which is a fund we've established to celebrate the significance that Christchurch has on a global scale in terms of women's rights. It's the anniversary of women getting the right to vote here in Christchurch, and we wanted an opportunity to celebrate and share stories around that annually. So we launched at Kate Shepherd's house on that date and began to raise funds to be able to distribute against that. We had our first Thinker in Residence in September. That's a partnership we have with KPMG. They pay the costs of that program, where they help bring a world leader to our city. We plug it into various events, committees, groups, and get them to challenge our thinking, begin good conversations, and grow a global network on our behalf. So Dr. Hila Oren was our first Thinker in Residence. And out of that has become actually a number of remarkable opportunities. It was Healer that came up with the concept of Explore, which is now being rolled out as a part of the new city positioning. And she's also begun to open opportunities up for us globally, including introductions for me to the Rockefeller Foundation and other big global funders, which is early days, but those conversations are happening. And she continues to act as an advocate for us around the world. About 6 months ago, I saw an article that she was interviewed in one of the Moscow papers. They asked her where in the world she would live if she didn't live in Tel Aviv, and she said Christchurch, New Zealand. And if you haven't been there, you need to go there now. It's the most exciting city on the planet. So I don't know how you can quantify the value of that, but it's significant. March 15, as the Mayor's just said, was a big date for us, and I suppose it was an opportunity for us to go from a start-up and grow into an entity that had a bigger profile, but also to really show our stripes. So yeah, by 11 o'clock the day on March 16th, we'd established a fund. We were already beginning to collect funds. By 6 o'clock that night, we had DPMC agreement that would be the Prime Minister's fund, and by 8 o'clock that night, I'd secured 1.1 million to go to that from all of the commercial banks across New Zealand. So it was a lot of work. I don't want to think about the hours that I put in, but it was my complete honour to do that over that time. And many of you may have also attended the Arahanui concerts, You Are Us, which we raised 1.375 million from. It was like a wave that we rode, and I literally buckled up and just went with it. But in total, not only in the 2019 financial year, but into this financial year as well, we're close to $12 million in funds raised. We've publicly talked about 11, but there's some other significant gifts we're still trying to facilitate from around the world, including from sovereign nations. So what it's done is taking us from a fledgling organisation to being payroll approved for Nike globally. So Nike will match dollar for dollar of any of their staff give us $1. Goldman Sachs, we're now an accredited charity on their radar, and we've already received a £20,000 towards our operations gift. And Apple, we're on the payroll giving for Apple globally as well. These are things that I could only have dreamed of for us to achieve probably in the first 20 years, not in the first year. The distributions are continuing, and we can talk about that in the new financial year, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. On March 15th, I happen to remember the date just because of what happened, was my first meeting with Meridian as well, who's one of our strategic partners. That was the beginning of a conversation with them that's led to signing an agreement called Stronger Greener Christchurch, where the Foundation and Meridian are going to work in collaboration around smart uses of green energy, making Christchurch a greener and healthier city, and how we can work together to achieve that. And there's a number of projects that will fall out of the bottom of that are not insignificant. I can't quite tell you yet what they are, but we're very close to be able to releasing information on the first one. But it's our biggest gift, and it's significant. So super exciting. So our overarching objectives are to work together, this is the Stronger Greener Partnership, to improve the intergenerational wellbeing of all those that call Christchurch home too. So those are some of the outcomes that Meridian and us are looking to work on in collaboration to deliver. So in summary, we raised $9.297 million for the our operational overheads were just over the $600,000, which predominantly came as establishment funding from the City Council. We've got over 18,000 donors in that last financial year. I actually stopped counting after 18,000. I have to go into the CRM and see how many more we have. We've secured one endowment, which is a key pillar of our program going forward. Hired 2 new staff members in that time that have now joined me at the team as well, and all our systems are now operational, including a lot of preparation around getting ready to launch globally, because we've always talked about the need to not hit the same people up here that get asked to pay for everything, but to think about the global alumni and how we can bring that funding home. So work in 2019 financial year was also underway on establishing us as a UK-based charity. We're very close to that now being completed, and it was in this current financial year that we actually launched in the UK and began establishing conversations with expats that are over there around how to give We're now a legal entity there and hope to have a charitable status very shortly. So it was a milestone year for us, which was humbling, exciting, slightly scary, and also a huge opportunity. I think one of the benefits of what happened on that day that was so hideous is the opportunities now available for us to build relationships with those people that gave, whether corporates or philanthropists or global funds across the world, and to then look at other ways we can bring additional funding back to support the not-for-profit sector here in Christchurch.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that comprehensive update. That's wonderful. Does anyone have any questions? Yanni.
And thank you for all the work that you've done, and obviously March 15th has had a huge impact. I just wanted to check, in terms of like Rata Foundation, is there any agreement for them to contribute to the ongoing operational costs?
I think that's something we'd like to do. We'd certainly like to have a staged approach to reducing the funding from council over the next few years, and I'll come to this committee with a proposal later this year around that. And Rata is obviously one of the people we'd like to talk to around that, but it's early days. Right. The more we build our endowment base, the more we are self-sufficient in terms of that addressing and contributing towards our operational overheads. But that's a long-term play, because one, we're waiting on people literally to pass often, and also it takes time to build those relationships. So one of the opportunities that's come out of March 15 is we now have a brand profile, which is useful in starting to have those conversations. Right. But we're looking at a number of different ways to fund, and we've already got quite a lot of pro bono support and some cash from some of our corporate partners, so that's a big area of opportunity as well.
Thank you. Cool. Any other questions? I've just got one, Amy, and it's probably more for Dawn actually from our end. I thought it's appropriate to raise it at the same time. In terms of the ongoing funding that we provide, like you say, until it's sort of up and running, what's the most appropriate mechanism for us as a council to interact with you over that funding, or sort of any directive around that? I'm not sure if you can, or Dawn, or if you both want to.
Yeah, Carol and I have been talking a little bit about that over the last few weeks as well. It's fair to say that in the early days, perhaps was we were building it as we went. So now I think we've come together with a more formal approach and agreed on reporting dates and those sorts of things as well. We obviously want to act with complete transparency. We've got nothing to hide, and we want to show how what you've gifted us as added value. So really open to that. I think there's a wee bit of perception in the market that we need to be aware of, that we're a council controlled entity, and that can be a barrier to donors gifting to us. So we just need to manage that perception a little bit as well. Cool. So other than that, but very happy to report in any way that we think is appropriate.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And obviously you are not a council-controlled entity. You're an independent body that the council is supporting with seed funding.
Yes.
Just for members' information, when it was originally set up, the agreement was that the funding would be reviewed at the third year. We will be going through that process, and we will work with the foundation to do that. And I've also nominated a member of management team, which is Mary Richardson, to be the relationship manager with the foundation as well.
Okay. Great, excellent, thank you. So we've got some recommendations up there. Do we have a mover for those? Sarah, and Anne, would you like to second it? Is there any discussion? We'll put that motion. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you for coming in, Amy.
Oh, my pleasure. It's lovely to see you all. Thank you.
Andrew, do you want to come back? We want to spend a bit of time. Oh, Andrew.
Great, thank you, Sam. Now, we'd said that we would try and finish a little bit before 1 o'clock, so it may be that there are just a couple of things that we can do quickly. How long do we expect this corporate finance report to take? Yeah, if we can do item 15, as long as we're reasonably disciplined so that we can get this one through in 10 minutes or so, we should be fine. So let's move to item 15 on the basis that we can do it in 10 minutes. If we can't, then we'll adjourn and come back to it after lunch and the workshop at 3 o'clock. So Diane and Andrew, welcome to the table. Diane, any comments on this one as we move into it?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. This is the second of these quarterly reports for the new councillors that you'll have seen. The format is very similar, we just changed the numbers, and really there is nothing much to report. Everything's going smoothly. You'll note that we got upgraded by Standard & Poor's, which we're very pleased to report, and Andrew and I are happy to answer any of your questions.
Yeah, and thanks for pointing out that upgrade from Standard & Poor's. I mean, that was certainly a significant development and shows a degree of confidence in what we're doing, which we were very pleased to see. So, yeah, thanks for reporting that. Are there any questions of Diane? Can I have a mover for this report? Jake and James. Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Diane, Andrew, thank you.
Thank you. Before we do the next one, if I could do that while I'm here, you also asked me to report back on the financial information because the report won't be coming to you until the 5th of March. And this is the half-year results.
Yes, indeed. So this is around the timing of the meeting, isn't it? So the financial performance report ending 31st December, which normally would be presented at the next meeting, that hasn't been able to be presented today. So that'll come to our meeting on the 5th of March.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I can just say the December results were very similar to the September ones, which was a little disappointing. However, since then, we have worked with the general managers and their teams, and there's been some significant savings found already. And if need be, we will go through and amend the report coming on the 5th of March to actually reflect the improvement that's been made since December, like we did for the last one, so that what you're receiving is more timely. So the actual December forecast was not significantly different from the September forecast, but I'm expecting a much improved position for January.
All right, that's excellent. All right, thank you very much indeed for that update, and we'll look forward to receiving that report at the 5th of March meeting. Thank you. All right, now I'm just a little bit nervous around time. The draft submission on the Fire and Emergency New Zealand funding. Diane, you're presenting this one as well.
Yes.
Let's make a start and see where we get to. If we need to adjourn, then we can. So there's been a briefing on this earlier in the week. Let me just turn to it here. Do you want to make any introductory remarks on this one as well,
only
please?
to say that we took the feedback we got. Thank you very much. We've updated our submission to reflect that. So we've strengthened the language a little. We've moved something from the back up to the front, and I'm hoping that what you now have in front of you better reflects the thinking councillors at the time.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any questions on this one? Okay, so Aaron, you're happy to move. Is there a seconder? Melanie? Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Now then, similarly, item 17, the draft submission on reducing waste, the more effective landfill levy. Have we got staff here for that one? Maybe we'll come to that this afternoon. What we might try and do quickly is item 20, if we can, Civic Financial Services Statement of Intent. The one concern I had with this when I saw it is reflected in the resolution. Have we got staff for this one? Carol, you'll speak to this if we need somebody to.
But I can speak to it, yeah.
Okay, all right. Is there? It might be worth you commenting on exactly the issue that I've just alluded to. Linda, hi. Yeah. So we're just on item 20, Civic Financial Services Statement of Intent. So any introductory comments on this report before we take any questions?
Civic has a history of being involved in ensuring local government for various risks over time. It is pretty much wound out of that business and is now, its core business is administering superannuation funds for local government employees. The key issue in their SOI is that they're proposing to cut the fees that are charged to members instead of paying dividend to shareholders. The board has decided to do that without reference back to the council. It did consult some councils informally, but not us. We're the second largest shareholder at 12.7%. In principle, what they're saying is that they're transferring the return that shareholders would get in recognition of the risk they take as investors, and they're transferring that to cut the fees to members. And we're raising that as an issue that you may or may not want us to pursue with them at the AGM.
All right, thank you very much. It's reflected in the resolutions, and that's obviously the staff recommendation. By approving that resolution today, obviously we would endorse the approach that you're taking. We'll come to that when we come to debate, but I've got a couple of questions first, if I can. The AGM, that's the appropriate opportunity to raise this in discussion and debate with the directors?
We think it is, from the perspective that they have acted without formal consultation, and so our only other option would be to approach the board separately on this. But by doing it at the AGM, we have all the other shareholders there.
Do we know that other shareholders share our view?
No, we don't.
But we could easily find that out.
We could.
And who would be attending the AGM on behalf of Christchurch City Council?
It's usually, or often, Carol, yes, or Diane.
Yep, okay. And the other question that often comes up when we consider this paper, or its equivalent, is how, if we wanted to, we could get out of this. And the answer we always get is that it would require selling the shareholding, and that there would not realistically be a buyer for that shareholding. Is that still the case?
That is more than likely. Yeah, more than likely the case. The other question around Civic is, why are they involved in administering a superannuation scheme? The market has numerous providers. If they didn't do that, what then would their business be? Well, it would be largely run off of their old insurance schemes. That might be the other way to go about it. It's a big...
So does that mean that we need further discussion around what position we might take on a number of matters at the AGM? And I mean, that isn't something that we necessarily would discuss on the back of this paper in this meeting, but is there a need for some direction, some thought and direction to be provided to the position that we take at the AGM around the matter that's raised here, but quite possibly a number of other matters pertaining to the governance and future of this organisation as well?
Yes.
Can we think about how we set that up?
Yeah,
that would be good.
Similar to last year when you brought out the LGFA in to talk about their position, about what they do going forward. That's an opportunity to do the same thing for these. Although the LGFA is not a true CCO, basically that's the sort of thing that we're involved in. And so the Civic Financial Services have a specific exemption in the Local Government Act for not being a CCO because they were an insurance company. Now, that is slowly diminishing, so therefore they become more and more accountable as being just a administrator of superannuation funds.
All right. Can I take a discussion offline about how we might deal with some of these issues at the AGM and what positions we might take and what decision-making around that might look like once we've got some specific thoughts and recommendations as to how we might deal with it?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Questions? Yanni.
Thanks. So do we know when the AGM is?
It's usually around June.
Right, and obviously we won't have received papers for it. Do we know who the current trustees are and whether there's any new directors coming on board?
The directors have been in place for quite a while. We do know who they are. I can tell you this, Basil Morrison, what's the guy's name who used to be here? Tony Marriott. Tony Marriott.
We can easily circulate this information rather than you needing to recount it from memory. We can easily find it out. And it's
I just wonder
anyway.
whether we should be doing some work around if there's new directors' appointments, then maybe we want to, given how we've been treated, maybe think about some new directors that we put
Last year
forward
when
or
we
support.
put the civic papers up, we said what they do is that they send us the information about the AGM and say if you've got any nominations for the director's spots, can you let us know? But that we don't get enough time to be able to do that work and come to you.
Wow.
So last year we said we'd do it for next year, so we're doing that now.
Fantastic. That's really cool.
All right, so that could well be one of the, I think there's a wider discussion we need to have before we get anywhere near the AGM, and we might want to take a proactive approach.
And we might want to
let's take
raise
that offline.
through the zone as well, through the LGNZ zones.
Yep. All right, any further questions? Okay, so I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Pauline? Any debate? I'm very comfortable with the position you're taking. I think it's entirely appropriate. And I think there's probably a wider discussion that we should have, and we need to have a think about what decision-making looks like around that and who the appropriate representative would be to deliver whatever message we decide to the AGM, where we might in fact decide to take quite a different approach. But let's not preempt that, but let's enable a discussion to take place that allows us to actively decide what we're going to do, rather than just drifting along with this, given the information that you've provided. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. I'll now adjourn the meeting until 3 o'clock, within which time we'll take a lunch adjournment, and we've also got the workshop as well. So we'll reconvene the meeting at 3. Thank you very much indeed. We've now obviously got the briefing upstairs in the Mayor's Lounge, and then between 2 and 3 we've got the workshop. We'll come back down here at 3 o'clock to resume the meeting. Good afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order if we can, please. And we've got 3 items on the open agenda still to complete. So we've got the 2 submission items, draft submission items. So we've got item 17, the landfill submission. We've got 18, the reinvigorating local democracy discussion paper submission. That's item 18. And then we've got DCL who are in the room waiting. And then obviously that's the end of the open agenda. So what I'd like to do is to, as quickly as we can, go through the 2 submissions, items 17 and 18, and then do the DCL open agenda item after that, Jake. Okay, so let's come to, I'll note that so this is 17. Okay, so let's go to 17. We've had a briefing on this already. There probably isn't too much further that needs to be said given that we've had the briefing. Was there anything in particular that staff wanted to point out, or do we move straight to questions?
Look, and go straight to questions.
Let's do that.
As far as we're concerned, yes.
Okay, great. Are there any questions on this? Okay, so Jake, you've indicated you're happy to move it. Do we have a seconder? Pauline? Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. And now we move to item 18, the draft submission on local government New Zealand reinvigorating local democracy discussion paper. We've got staff for this one. Is there anything that staff want to add to information that's already been provided?
No.
Thank you. Are there any questions that members have got for staff? All right, so I'm happy to move this one. Do I have a seconder? Melanie? Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so now moving to the final open item on the open agenda, Development Christchurch Q1 2019-20 Performance Report. So Rob and Fiona, welcome to the table. Good to see you both. Happy New Year.
Yep, Happy New Year. And thanks for having us. So we've got the report as usual in 2 parts. This was completed for the end of last year where we were meant to present it, but it got busy for you towards the end of last year, so some of it's a bit out of date, which I can update on other aspects of it. Just by way of just quick review, so for those I've not met properly, Rob Hall, Chief Executive of DCL, and Fiona Mills is the Deputy Chair of our board. We have been operational now for 3.5 years, a subsidiary of CCHL. Key roles working with private sector to develop land, facilitating investment and managing some urban regeneration works, particularly focused in New Brighton, providing commercial advisory services to council is part of our role. Once Milton Street transfer has completed, will be worth circa 17 million in assets. Plus hold 54% ownership of the Christchurch Adventure Park through Port Hills Leisure Limited, which makes the subsidiary company of DCL under the Local Government Act, but noting it's still 46% privately owned. So just by way of update, we're finalising our draft statement of intent in response to the letter of expectations that we received from CCHL by input from yourselves. We've also completed a draft submission for the LTP for submission and consideration. New Brighton, Te Puna Tai Moana is progressing well. It's on time, it's under budget. Work has been completed in over the next 4 weeks, which is predominantly focused on the external landscaping, fencing, vinyl paving works. The last bit of work on the boardwalk immediately in front of the pool, where the sand dune recreation and planting has now been completed. Fit out of cafe and buildings, so painting, furniture installation, etc. Ready for practical completion and handover to your staff in 4 weeks' time. Marine Parade Streetscape Works, which is a council-led project which has been done in conjunction, is well underway and progressing. If you're out there at the moment along that part of Marine Parade, there's a good 80, 90 people in high-vis jackets working in New Brighton along Marine Parade. The works are looking really, really good, tying all of that area in really nicely to complement the playground, the basketball court on the other side, the pier, as it starts to move back into the mall area. We're also investigating use of the digital projector we have for that period of the opening out in New Brighton to make it a bit more of an event. The other area of our work, so the Christchurch Adventure Park, we're just kind of coming out of that Christmas period with the schools going back this week. So trading went well over Christmas. Like all these things, you always want them to do better. Some new facilities have recently opened out there, so the walking trail, which is providing that more accessibility and public access to the space in the Port Hills. Zipline 4, the longest in Australasia, is operating now fully. And some new cycleways opened just prior to Christmas. The cafe has been reconfigured, new offerings, more healthy, trying to tie it into a new brand and direction for the park around wellbeing and encouraging people to the outdoors. The other key focus for us at the moment, which is taking up a bit of our time, is some of the commercial advisory work we do for you and your staff, particularly looking at a proposal with respect to the Takara Avon River Corridor, civic building, smart cities business case, and providing some ongoing work to the Greater Christchurch strategic framework that is underway. And maybe if I just leave it there and ask if there's any questions, and the rest we can pick up in the PX session.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Are there any questions on what's in front of us here for Rob or Fiona? Sarah.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the hot poles. So when you talk about practical completion in about a month, handing over to council staff, so it's going to be a council-led opening rather than a DCL one, is that right?
That's correct.
Cool. So I'll talk to them then. Excellent.
Yep. And there's a proposed date that is yet to be finalised for that.
Yeah, it needs to be because it was a project kind of sold to us as a metropolitan one while it's in a local community, and the community board were very clear at the time that it was going to be a metropolitan asset, which is why they were, so it needs to be coordinated with everyone's diaries and stuff.
Yeah, we're working very closely with council staff on that, but like I say, there is a date that is proposed waiting to be finalised. Yep.
Thank you. Aaron.
Mine's just on the Christchurch Adventure Park because it is a real asset, although underperforming. The zip line, how is it that we've got the longest zip line in the country but it's not necessarily the busiest? Is this the great conundrum for Christchurch, that you can have the best but the numbers just aren't turning up?
Yeah,
because we're about to open the best convention centre and a few other bests.
Yep.
And so it's it's that big question.
Yeah, so the zip line is going to be likely to be reconfigured in a way to be able to spit more people through it more quickly, and that's going to be done to particularly focus around cruise ship industry. So they'll come in groups, and as that starts building to make it an attraction for those types of visitors, but as the numbers in terms of revenue generated from the zip line is healthy as a product, and but yep, you always want more people. But we do need to, the park needs to need to make some adjustments to the configuration to make it more efficient.
Okay, because it wouldn't seem that it's a log jam of people waiting to go on it. By reading the report, it looks like the other way around. The staff are waiting for people to go on it, and so that's my concern, is just the sheer numbers. Like when we talk to people outside of Christchurch, you say, what are the top 10 things you want to do when you go to Christchurch? Can we get to 10, and does the zip line get included?
Yep, look, the park has gone through a rebranding exercise. They are going to be there are some other things that are yet to change to improve that offering and market it better.
And they'll see that pretty soon?
Yes. Yep.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. I know you probably won't want to give the secret away around the opening date exactly, but can we get a sense of which month it's likely to be in? Right, okay. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to have it confirmed. And I think Sarah's point's right, because our diaries are getting really full, so... Yeah. So I just wanted to check on the adventure park in terms of like one of the things that sold us to initially was the idea that it was a place for everyone rather than just people that could, you know, had a lot of money to spare. So I just wondered if you could just talk through, with the new change in ownership, what's being done to encourage children, I guess, or schools, or people that may not otherwise get the opportunity to experience it, to come in and have a look, have a go.
Yeah, I guess the first thing is we've got to remember it's a business, and it needs to stand on its own 2 feet as a business and operate that way. So that's, which means that you're always going to be charging for use. But the facility itself is accessible by anybody for free. The walking trails are free. You can cycle the tracks for free. You're paying for the hire of equipment or use of the lift. There has been a greater level of engagement with schools and clubs, and also some of the women's groups, to encourage more cycling. It is a niche specialist downhill mountain bike facility, as opposed to the Rotorua mountain bike park. So it is there is a difference there. But the engagement with schools and the school programs over the school holidays were well attended, as I understand.
So is there any consideration of pricing reduction based on demographic or based on different?
That would be up to the board of CAP. There's not been a discussion, I'm aware to date, to do it around demographics of where people live.
And any consideration, I think previously one idea has been suggested, is that, you know, for every with the ratepayer notice, maybe people get, you know, a chance to come one pass a year or something.
I think the first year post, so I guess if you look at the phases of the park, so we had the really successful opening. It was going really, really well for 3 months. We had the devastating Port Hills fires. We went through a recovery process. The park closed for a year. It had to be re-established from scratch, including a new customer base. And then we had the reset of about last May where the ownership structure changed. And we've really set ourselves a target for the first 12 months to get it as a self-sustainable business, to ensure that there was no call on additional funds required for the business, and that's the phase we're still in. At our next quarterly update, we're going to be bringing a comprehensive report back on the operation of the park back to you, as a way to show what's happened with your investment to date in that asset.
Thank you. Any further questions? So we have a resolution to note the performance report. Do I have a mover for that? Sarah? And seconded Sam. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. So now we move to the resolution to exclude the public. With a number of people noted to remain. Yep, that's fine for item 24. Can I just get some advice from Ian Thompson at this point as well? Public. At this point, it's appropriate that I note that item 25 of the public excluded agenda is deferred to the council meeting in 2 weeks' time, and that's to allow for a workshop to occur between now and then. So on that basis, I'm happy to move the resolution to exclude the public. Do I have a seconder?
Do you need a resolution to defer it, or is it still
The
remaining in
advice that I've
PX,
just
or-
received is that there's no requirement for resolution to defer. There's
correct.
been...
That's correct.
Yep, and we're deferring it to the council meeting in 2 weeks' time.
Into public or into PX?
That when the paper comes on the agenda for the I mean, this is currently a public excluded agenda item.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just wondered whether it was more helpful now to give an indication of it being in, if it's coming back.
I don't think we're in a position to give that indication at this time.
Oh, okay.
Because it's going to be referred to the council meeting and I'll be chairing the meeting, it is my intention to seek advice because I would prefer to see this matter dealt with in a public environment rather than a PX environment. But we need additional advice. So, and how the paper comes to council may assist in that outcome. So that's my intention, is to have the debate in public rather than PX.
Yeah, and that's
good.
one of the reasons it's been deferred. Okay, so on that basis, do I have a mover for the resolution to exclude the public? Sarah, and a seconder, Sam. I think we just did that, didn't we? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you.